Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare meet on orange, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, making him the clear favorite over the long term. Glare is trying to flip that script today and avoid becoming another stat in Ignis' favor. The question is whether Glare can actually sustain this start. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Glare. The rank 13 player is struggling to find an answer here. Boom! He snaps the streak with a clean kill to make it 1-3. The favorite finally finds a way to answer back. Glare strikes back fast to push it to 4-1. Coming off a strong 13-7 win over Noir yesterday. Whoa, a total slugfest. Ignis survives the chaos to chip away at that lead. Barely survived that one with 35 HP left. He keeps pushing back, taking 2 in a row to bring the score to 3-4. The favorite is starting to look like the better man. Unreal. He wipes away that lead to tie it up at 4-4 with 3 straight. The favorite is finally playing like the better man. Glare shuts him down instantly to reclaim the lead. 5-4. Pure resilience from Ignis to erase that deficit and tie it up at 5-5. The favorite refusing to let the underdog pull away. He doesn't take a single hit to take the lead 6-5 before the break. Perfect timing to grab that lead before the half. Ignis 7, Glare 5. This is tracking exactly how we expected, with the higher rated player holding a slim lead. Glare is fighting back, but he's still playing against a 71% head-to-head win rate. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis edges ahead 7-6 in a total nail-biter. Ignis, ranked 13 on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. He survives the initial exchange to make it 8-6, continuing his climb back into this match. He barely held on with 68 HP to secure that one. Glare claws it back to 8-7, keeping this alive. Fastest exchange of the half, just 1.6 seconds. He wins the exchange to make it 9-7, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. Takes a few hits, but finishes the job, snapping the streak to lead 10-7. The ladder's rank 13 player is asserting his authority here. Clean as can be. He makes it 3 in a row to lead 11-7. Hard to argue with that timing, barely 2 seconds on the clock. Glare shuts him down without taking a hit, bringing the score to 11-8. He's fighting from outside the top 25 on the ladder. Wow. He didn't take a single hit to reach match point. Ignis is showing incredible resilience here. Insane trade-off. Glare barely survives the chaos with 28 HP to keep this alive. Pure chaos in that exchange to keep the dream alive. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out, completing the comeback to take the map. He just keeps winning that head-to-head battle. Glare put up a hell of a fight, but Ignis holds the edge. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare take on Mappas today with the favorite looking for a strong victory. Lancer leads the head-to-head with 753 wins over Glare. Their historical edge aligns with the gap in our rating, where Lancer sits comfortably in the upper half of the league. The question is whether Glare can use his map advantage to flip the script here. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Lancer survives by a threat to make it 3 in a row. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. The rank 15 player is playing exactly to his seed. Glare snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 4-1. Fast and clean, barely a second and a half. Lancer catches him right on the ramp, pulling further ahead in this one. Glare's coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Ignis just now. Glare holds a 54% win rate on this map, and he's using that specific comfort to chip away at the lead. He's playing more effectively here than Lancer has historically. If he can keep this pace, he might actually pull off the upset. Lancer cruises to 6-2, leaving Glare in the dust. Lancer rank 15 is simply too strong for him today. Glare claws one back, but Lancer still leads 6-3. Boom, a quick 1.6 second kill to keep it close. Unreal. Both players were nearly dead, but Lancer scrapes through that scrap to lead 7-3. Another nail biter, leaving him with just 21 HP. Insane. Both players almost emptied their clips in a slugfest, but he survives with 21 HP before the break. Total chaos. Both players barely clinging to life, these last two. Lancer leads 7-5. This is tracking with the pre-match read, as the favorite holds a small lead. Lancer used a 4-round streak to build his cushion, but Glare is staying within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Glare doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this close at 7-6. The underdog is actually flipping the script here. Lancer pushes it to 8-6, reclaiming the momentum. The rank 15 player is asserting his position on the ladder. Lancer extends the gap to 9-6, pulling away. He's coming off a strong 13-6 win against Ignis recently. He breaks the run, 3 in a row for Lancer to push the lead to 10-6. He's holding that favorite status firmly now. He takes some damage, but manages to win the exchange, making it 10-7. Rank 26 of 43 refuses to go away quietly. He breaks the streak with 2 in a row, continuing this resilient climb back into the game. A slower exchange this time, but he gets the result. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit! 3 in a row for Glare as he closes the gap to 10-9. Lancer halts the slide, taking this one to lead 11-9. The favorite holds his ground in the head-to-head lead. Hard stopping, Lancer barely survives that scrap to reach match point 12-9. That's 4 times he survived with less than 30 HP. Game over. Lancer closes it out with 3 in a row to take the match 13-9. He just couldn't be shaken. Glare had the map advantage today, but Lancer's grit in those low HP scraps made a difference. Welcome to the arena. Ignis takes on Lancer today, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, and we saw that edge play out in their last meeting 32 hours ago. Lancer is fighting a bit of a psychological hill here. The question is whether he can break that pattern today. Ignis leads 2-1, putting Lancer under serious pressure. Both players coming off 13-9 wins earlier today. These rounds are ending in a blink. Lancer just can't keep up with that reaction speed. Ignis, rank 12 on the ladder, stays in control. Ignis cruises to 4-1. Lancer is drowning here. Coming off a 13-9 win against Glare earlier today. Lancer fights back in a tight exchange, showing some grit to keep this close at 4-2. Quick exchange there, barely 2 seconds in. He's untouched. Lancer makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience to chip away at this lead. The underdog is flipping the script here. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to tie this up at 4-4. Ignis takes it from the ramp to reclaim the lead, 5-4. The favorite stops the slide just in time. Ignis holds a 51% win rate on this map, which is a noticeable jump over Lancer's historical performance here. That familiarity is starting to show as Ignis pulls away again. The question is if Lancer can find a way to disrupt this momentum before it gets out of hand. Ignis leads 7-5 at the break. Things are tracking as expected for the favorite though. Lancer's 3-round streak kept this competitive. We'll see if Lancer can sustain that pressure after the switch. Side swap, time for a He's not letting up. Lancer walks away without taking a hit to keep this comeback alive at 7-6. Pure speed there, under 2 seconds on the clock. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. Lancer makes it 2 in a row to tie this up at 7-7. He's completely taken over. 3 in a row for Lancer to seize the lead, 8-7. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. Ignis answers back without taking a hit to tie it up at 8-8. Both players coming off 39 wins against Glare today. Ignis surges ahead again to make it 9-8. The favorite's ladder edge is starting to weigh in. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Ignis to make it 10-8. Gone in just over a second. Lancer breaks the run and digs in, pulling it back to 10-9. The underdog is refusing to go away here. He's back. Lancer makes it 2 in a row to tie this up at 10-10. The underdog is completely erasing the ladder gap here. Insane. Both players nearly empty their clips in a bloodbath, but he survives with 6 HP to make it 3 in a row. He's on fire. That's 4 in a row for Lancer, and he's now at match point. Whoa, he's completely flipped the script on the favorite. Boom, he finishes them off without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He just broke that head-to-head curse to overcome the ladder gap, and the map history like that is huge. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare face off on red line, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, which makes this early lead for Glare quite surprising. Ignis also sits much higher on our ladder, so the question is whether Glare can actually flip the script today. Ignis levels it up and we're tied at 1 apiece. He's sitting at rank 13 on our ladder. Ignis pulls ahead, taking a 2-1 lead here. Whoa, a sub 2 second kill. Glare is trading rounds, blow for blow here, keeping this dead even as we head into the 5th. He's fighting through a tough 0-2 start today. Ignis edges ahead, now leading 3-2. Boom, a sub 2 second kill to take the lead. Glare takes this one from the ramp to pull ahead. The rank 26 underdog is refusing to fold. Glare takes this one from the ramp, putting a 3-round win streak together. Coming off a 13-9 loss to him just now. Deadlocked at 4 apiece, Ignis and Glare are stalled. Fastest kill of the match so far. Unreal. He barely hangs on with 14 HP after a total bloodbath to make it 5-4. Pure chaos, but he keeps finding a way to survive. Glare picks him off the ramp to pull back in front. Tied back up after a longer fight there. But he shuts him down on the ramp. Glare sneaks ahead, making it 6-5 in this nail biter. Boom, a sub 2 second snap to take the lead. We're all square at 6-6. Ignis entered as the clear favorite, and while he hasn't pulled away, he's managing to hold off a determined Glare. He'll look to use that 71% head-to-head edge to close these out. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis claims the lead, putting him up 7-6. Boom, another sub 2 second snap to take the lead. He's coming off a 10-13 loss to Lancer just now. Glare claws it back to knot this up at 7-7. He's fighting through a tough Nur 2 days so far. Glare takes it from the ramp, putting together a 3-round run to seize the lead. Glare is fighting through a tough nil 2 day so far. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Glare. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Snaps back to make it 8-9, breaking that run. Another sub 2 second snap to keep this tight. Complete deadlock as Ignis and Glare hit 9 apiece. Rank 13 on the ladder, asserting his authority here. Glare sneaks into the lead, 10-9 in this thriller. Fast reflexes there, just over 2 seconds to take it. Wow, a 1 second kill. Glare is really starting to pull away here. Insane, a 1.1 second snap to seize control. Glare wins the trade-off from the ramp to hit match point. Tighter fight this time, but he still comes out on top. Game over. He closes it out from the ramp to take the map. He just completely ignored that head-to-head history. Huge upset for the rank 26 player to take this one down. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Glare take on Italy, with the favorite looking to keep his lead. Lancer holds a 55% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's coming into this with the momentum of a recent win over Glare, and it looks like that psychological edge is carrying over here. The question is if Glare can flip the script early. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. He's playing like the rank 14 guy on the ladder right now. Another one, he makes it 4 in a row, hardly taking any damage. Glare's 1-2 run over the last day showing here. He catches him from the wine, making it 5 in a row. Lancer is just riding the wave from that 13-10 win over Ignis. He doesn't even take a scratch, that's 6 in a row for Lancer. Exactly what you expect from the favorite here. Seven in a row, he's just not letting up, making it 7-0. Lancer is currently 2-0 over the last 24 hours. Finally, Glare snaps that run with a clean kill to make it 7-1. Boom! A blink and you miss it kill to get back on the board. Lancer is sitting at rank 14 on the ladder, while Glare is down at 26. That gap in our rating is showing up clearly in the scoreline as the favorite continues to distance himself. The question is, if Glare can find a way to close this gap, Lancer pulls away further, now leading 9-2. Quick reaction there to keep things competitive. Lancer 9, Glare 3. This is tracking exactly with the pre-match read as the favorite puts a huge gap between them. That 7-round win streak essentially decided the half. Glare needs a new approach after the switch. Side swap, Glare needs a reset. Lancer hits 10, leaving Glare stranded at 3. Blink and you missed it. Under a second for that kill. Quick Glare grabs 1, but Lancer still leads 10-4. Clean kill there to keep this from becoming a blowout. These rounds are over in a flash. Lancer is just reacting faster and faster as we get deeper into this. He breaks that streak and reaches match point, leading 12-4. Exactly how the favorite was expected to handle this. Insane, he survives by a threat to take the map, ending it in a total bloodbath. He just had Glare's number today. That's 2 in a row for Lancer over the last 24 hours. Welcome to Fast Aim. Ignis and Lancer face off today, with the favorite looking to snap a losing streak. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Lancer survives by a threat to take the first 1-0. He's riding a 3-game win streak into this one. Ignis holds a clear lifetime edge in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 60% of their total meetings. However, Lancer has the momentum after beating him in their most recent encounter. The question is whether Ignis can reclaim that historical advantage today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Lancer! Coming off a clean 3-0 run over the last day. Lancer knocks him off the ramp for 5 in a row. Lancer coming off that strong 13-4 win over Glare today. Unreal, Ignis survives on 1 HP to break the run from the ramp, making it 2-5. Insane scramble to stay alive there. Lancer strikes back fast to lead it 6-1. The slight favorite is really struggling to keep up here. Lancer takes him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. He's just come off a 13-10 win against him recently. Insane Lancer survives on 12 HP to knock him off the ramp and keep the streak alive. Wow, he's just barely holding on to these. He doesn't take a single hit after a tense standoff. That's 4 in a row. The slight favorite is really getting outplayed here. 5 in a row. Lancer keeps the pressure on just before the break. Over in under 3 seconds, just a blur. Ignis 2, Lancer 10. This is a shock result as the favorite is getting blown out by the underdog. Lancer is on a hot streak, entering this half with a 3-0 record over the last day. Side swap, time for a reset. Lancer is just completely flipping the script on this one, leaving the favorite in the dust. Rank 14 on the ladder, refusing to blink. Boom, half a second. That is one of the fastest rounds we've seen all day. Blink and you miss it. Half a second for the kill. Lancer catches him from the ramp to reach match point, leading 12-3. The underdog is completely dismantling the pre-match expectations here. Ignis snaps the run to make it 4-12, keeping the dream alive for now. Quick trade of kills to keep this going. Boom! He barely takes a hit to close this out and take the map. He completely ignores the head-to-head history here. Lancer just keeps winning these low HP scrambles to shut Ignis down. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare take on Dunes, where the favorite looks to secure another win. Ignis holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning 71% of their total encounters. Glare actually took their most recent meeting, but the ladder shows Ignis is the significantly higher rated player here. The question is if that historical gap will translate into a blowout. And again, that's 3 in a row for Ignis. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, is playing exactly to his rating. Glare answers back with a clean kill, refusing to let the lead grow any further. 1.2 seconds, he didn't even give him time to breathe. He isn't backing down, taking 2 in a row to keep this close. The underdog is flipping the script early. Unreal, he wipes the slate clean with 3 in a row to tie it 3-3. The favorite is officially on the ropes. Ignis takes a few hits but manages to trade back, reclaiming the lead 4-3. Survival at its finest, hanging on with only 49 HP. Boom, he doesn't miss, erasing the lead to tie it at 4-4. The underdog is playing exactly like he did in their last meeting. A chaotic exchange where both players bleed, but Glare digs deep to take the lead 5-4. Barely survived that one with 36 HP. Whoa, a complete bloodbath that leaves him with just 1 HP to make it 3 in a row. Pure luck surviving on a single point of health. Ignis trades back to keep things tight before the break, making it 5-6. Coming off a tough 4-13 loss to Lancer earlier. We're tied 6-6 at the break. This matches the expectations for a competitive set, though Glare is punching above his weight against the higher rated Ignis. Watch to see if that 71% head-to-head edge finally kicks in after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis edges ahead 7-6 to break the deadlock. He's ranked 13 on the ladder for a reason. Ignis has a 51% win rate on this map, which gives him a clear historical advantage over Glare. He's currently putting that edge into practice by erasing the recent struggles that left him 1-3 in the last 24 hours. The question is whether Glare can break this streak before it becomes a rout. Glare snaps the streak and levels it at 8-8, showing real grit to claw back into this. The underdog is completely erasing the rating gap here. Insane. Both players are shredded in a total scrap, but he scrapes by with only 11 HP to make it 9-8. Wow, a complete scramble that almost went the other way. Yikes. A total slugfest where he barely hangs on with 21 HP to make it 10-8. 2 scraps in a row decided by a sliver of health. He absorbs a few hits but fires back to make it 3 in a row, leading 11-8. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row, match point for Ignis. The favorite is finally asserting the gap in their ratings. Game over. He closes it out with 5 in a row to take the map 13-8. He finally snaps that losing streak. Glare pushed him to the limit, but the rating gap eventually told the Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare face off in the arena with the favorite looking to keep a hot streak alive. Lancer enters this one with a 4-0 record over the last 24 hours. He actually beat Glare in a blowout just a short while ago, so the current scoreline is a bit of a surprise. The question is whether Lancer can get back to that form. Glare storms to a 2-0 lead. Lancer is reeling. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder, can't find an answer. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Glare. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. The favorite is struggling to find a response here. Finally, Lancer snaps that run without taking a single hit, bringing it to 4-1. He's the higher rated player on the ladder for a reason. Another one for Lancer. He's showing some real resilience to make it 4-2. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Lancer leads the head-to-head 755 to 614 over a massive sample size. Despite that historical edge, Glare is playing like he's forgotten the script today. It'll be interesting to see if the long-term trend eventually overrides this current scoreline. He shuts down that comeback immediately, taking 3 in a row to lead 7-2. Lancer cleans that up without taking any damage, pulling it back to 3-7. Coming off a 13-4 win against him just a bit ago. Glare holds a firm 7-4 lead as we hit 11. He's playing like the rank 14 guy on the ladder. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. He's defying the rankings here, keeping the higher rated Lancer at arm's length. Lancer has the 55% head-to-head advantage, but Glare is the one controlling the pace right now. Side swap, time for a reset. Glare extends the gap to 8-5. Quick exchange there, barely 3. Glare is fighting a 1-4 slump over the last day. Glare pushes it to 9-5, totally dominating Lancer. Fast exchange there, settled in just over a second. He shuts that door completely, taking 3 in a row to lead 10-5. He's ranked 26 on the ladder, but playing like the top seed. Lancer finally breaks that run to make it 6-10. Quick trade there, settled in under 2 seconds. Glare is just a couple of rounds away from pulling off a huge upset here. A longer exchange this time, but he still comes out on top. He doesn't even take a hit to break that streak. Match point for Glare. The underdog has completely flipped the script on the favorite. He survives the initial burst to take it, denying Glare the match on the first try. Squeezing that one out with just 77 health left. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row. The rank 14 guy is finally fighting back. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Lancer, and Glare is still 1 away. The favorite is finally playing to his seed. Insane. Both players trade heavy damage in a bloodbath, but he scrapes through to make it 4 in a row. Whoa, he survives that with only 24 health left. Boom, Glare shuts down the comeback and takes the map. He just snapped Lancer's hot streak and completely flipped their head-to-head trend. Glare had to dig deep for that one. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on red line with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Ignis leads their all-time head-to-head with a 59% win rate. However, Lancer just beat him 13-4 in their most recent meeting, and that confidence is showing early here. We'll see if Ignis can lean back on that historical edge. Ignis pulls ahead 2-1 to seize the momentum. Whoa, that one was over in under 2 seconds. Back to a deadlock. Lancer just erased that lead, and we're right back where we started. Lancer enters this one with a strong 4-1 record today. Lancer takes him from the ramp to keep this streak alive. 2 in a row, both under 2 seconds. Ignis takes it from the ramp to tie things up again. The rank 13 player is fighting to keep his favorite status. Lancer picks him off the Tetris from the ramp to push his lead to 5-3. Lancer's 70% win rate in his last 10 is showing here. Both of them stepped onto the ramp, but Ignis was just a fraction faster to the trigger. Just 2 spots apart on the ladder. Lancer holds a slim 5-4 edge as we reset. Survives with just 47 health to keep the lead. Both players fought for the ramp, but Lancer wins the trade to keep his lead. Took a bit longer this time, but he still comes out on top. 3 in a row for Lancer, snapping the streak and taking a 7-4 lead before the break. Lancer leads 8-4 at the break. He's completely flipping the script on the favorite here, capping the first half with a 4-round win streak. Ignis needs to wake up if he wants to avoid the upset. Side swap time for a reset. Ignis knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback attempt alive. Clean kill to stop that run on the... He catches him from the ramp, showing some real grit to make it 6-8. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Wow, a total slugfest where both players poured it on, but he makes it 3 in a row to pull within 1. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he survives with 34 health. Unreal. They both tore each other apart in that scrap, but he survives by a thread to make it 9-7. Insane, he survives on just 20 health to kill the run. Both players landed heavy shots in that exchange, but he digs deep to keep the comeback going. Lancer is playing at a high level today with a 4-1 record in the last 24 hours. He has consistently found a way to outplay the favorite in their recent meetings, and that confidence is carrying him toward the finish line. The question is if Ignis can find a way to stop this slide. Boom. He shuts down the comeback with a clean kill. Lancer is on match point. Underdog completely flips the script on the favorite here. Game over. He closes it out with 4 straight to take the map. He's just got Ignis' number lately. Lancer keeps the momentum going with another upset over the favorite today. Welcome to Italy. Ignis and Glare face off now with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Ignis wins 71% of their head-to-head meetings over a huge sample size. That historical edge is showing up early, especially since Ignis took their most recent duel against Glare as well. The question is whether Glare can break that pattern today. Ignis leads 2-1 as Glare fights to stay alive. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, holds the rating edge here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Ignis is just too fast for Glare right now, coming off a recent 13-8 win over him on Dunes. And again, 3 in a row for Ignis, who's now leading 4-1. Gone in a blink, just 1.5 seconds. Unreal, a total bloodbath that leaves him with just 13 HP, making it 4 in a row. Both players hit hard, but he survives the exchange to make it 5 in a row. Rank 26 of 43, just can't find an answer here. Finally, Glare snaps the run with a clean kill to make it 6-2. He actually holds the slight edge in win rate on this map. Ignis has a 30% win rate in his last 10 matches. He's struggling for consistency across the board, which explains why he's letting this lead slip. The question is whether Glare can keep this momentum going to pull off the upset. Ignis dominates this set, pulling ahead 8-3. Insane, less than half a second to end that run. Ignis leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite using that 71% head-to-head win rate to keep Glare at arm's length. We'll see if the side switch helps Glare close the gap. Side swap, time to wake up. Ignis pushes it to 8-5, keeping Glare suppressed. Coming off a 13-10 win against Lancer earlier today. Ignis extends the gap to 9-5, totally in control. Wow, less than half a second to shut that down. Ignis is pulling away here. Glare had a moment, but he can't keep this lead from growing. The favorite is simply too strong here. Ignis hits 10, leaving Glare trailing by 4. Glare, ranked 26 of 43, refuses to go away quietly. Glare claws back to make it 10-7. 2 quick ones in a row to chip away at this lead. Ignis shuts down that little run. Glare had a spark, but the favorite is right back in the driver's seat. Ignis shuts down that run and hits match point. 12-7. The favorite is exactly where he expected to be. Boom! A clean finish for Ignis to take the map 13-7. He just had Glare's number today, proving that map history doesn't matter when the raw skill gap is this wide. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare face off on Mapas with the favorite looking to secure another win. Lancer leads the all-time head-to-head 755-615, but he's coming into this against a player who just beat him in their last meeting. Glare has a clear historical edge on this specific map, and he's already using that to push the favorite into an early hole. Another one, he keeps it rolling with 3 in a row to go up 3-0. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite early. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit, showing some real grit to cut the lead to 1-3. Under 2 seconds for that kill. He does it again! 2 in a row for Lancer, who refuses to stay down. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Unreal, a total slugfest where he survives with just 14 HP to make it 4-2. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder, can't find a lead. He doesn't take a single hit here, continuing this resilient climb to make it 3-4. Clean kill there, not giving away a single point of health. Whoa, a total scramble. He survives a wild exchange with just 21 HP to make it 3-5. Insane. A brutal back and forth where he survives on 14 HP to keep this comeback alive. Another scramble where he barely walks away. Lancer is playing at a high level today with a 5-1 record in the last 24 hours. Despite that form, he's struggling to close the gap against a player who has consistently beaten him in their most recent meetings. The question is whether Lancer can break that trend before the halftime break. Glare pulls ahead 7-4, putting Lancer on the ropes. The underdog is making the favorite pay for that rank gap. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the rankings here, leaning on his 54% win rate on Mapas to keep the favorite at arm's length. Lancer is fighting hard, but Glare has the momentum. Side swap, time to receive. He doesn't take a single hit here, continuing his resilient climb to make it 6-7. The favorite is finally starting to chip away at that lead. Glare strikes back to push it to 8-6. Lancer rank 14 can't seem to shake this matchup. A messy exchange where he takes a fair amount of damage but survives to make it 7-8. Tough to shake, but he's keeping this within touching distance. Wow, he wins a chaotic trade to tie this up at 8-8. Lancer's resilience is paying off. Fast reflex kill to wipe the slate clean. Glare regains the edge, pushing it to 9-8. Similar to how he took the last meeting, 13-10. Lancer catches him from the ramp for a clean kill, tying this up at 9-9. The favorite is finally finding his footing in this set. Whoa, he barely survives a brutal exchange from the ramp to make it 10-9. Pure chaos. He survives that with only 21 HP. Absolute carnage. He survives a razor-thin exchange to tie this up at 10-10. Total mirror image of the last round. Blink and you miss it. These rounds are ending so fast, it's just a pure race to the first shot now. Lightning fast, barely a second and a half there. Glare snaps the streak with a clean kill to reach match point, leading 12-10. The underdog is pushing the favorite to the limit. Game over. He closes it out without taking a hit to take the map. He just can't solve this guy on Mapas. Glare keeps the streak alive and takes down the rank 14 favorite. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on dunes with the favorite looking to secure the win. Ignis leads the head-to-head with a 59% win rate over the long term, but Lancer just took their most recent meeting and that momentum is carrying over into this set. The question is if Ignis can reclaim his historical edge here. Lancer climbs to 2-1, putting the pressure on Ignis. He's the higher rated guy on the ladder right now. Lancer is putting on the pressure here, moving just 1 round away from a commanding lead. He's riding a 70% win rate over his last 10. Lancer dominates the set, stretching the lead to 4-1. Quick work, barely 2 seconds for that kill. Ignis answers back instantly, taking the round in under a second without losing a single hit point. He's showing great resilience here, taking 2 in a row to bring the score to 3-4. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean to tie it at 4-4, making 3 in a row. Total reset, we're back to a dead heat. Lancer cuts the run short to take a 5-4 lead. 2 players separated by a single spot on the ladder. He survives the initial burst to level the score at 5-5, continuing this gutsy climb back into the match. Tight scrap, but he gets it done with half his health. Whoa, Lancer knocks him off the box and survives with just 14 HP to lead 6-5 before the break. He clings to life and takes a slim lead into the break. Lancer leads 7-5 at the break. He is defying the pre-match expectations by keeping the favorite on his heels. Lancer is currently riding a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches, and it shows sides. Swap, let's get it. Lancer is riding a 5-2 record in the last 24 hours. He's using that momentum to outpace the favorite, who has struggled to find his footing today. The question is whether Ignis can stop this slide before the lead becomes insurmountable. He snaps back with another clean win, refusing to let the lead slip further. 2 clean wins in a row without taking a single hit. Lancer knocks him off the box to keep this lead. He's refusing to let Ignis build any real momentum. Just a few points separating them on the ladder. Lancer pulls ahead 10-7, putting Ignis in a hole. Just a couple of spots separating them on the ladder. Total bloodbath. He survives a heavy exchange to make it 3 in a row. Scrapping through again with just 31 HP. He shuts down the comeback attempt without taking a hit. That's 4 in a row and it's match point. Boom! A chaotic slugfest where he barely survives to take the... He just completely flipped the script on a guy who's owned him for years. Lancer's officially the new king of this rivalry. Welcome to Orange. Ignis takes on Glare in this duel, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Whoa, a complete bloodbath. Both players nearly empty their clips, but Ignis survives by a threat to go up one. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. That dominance extends to their most recent meeting, where Ignis won convincingly, and we're seeing that same pattern repeat here. The question is whether Glare can find a way to break the cycle. Both players take heavy damage, but he pushes through for 3 in a row. He's ranked 13 on the ladder, showing that gap early. Unreal. Both players practically empty their mags, but Glare survives with 10 HP to claw back into this pure chaos. Both of them nearly dead in that one. Ignis leads 4-1, putting Glare in a deep hole. Exactly how their last meeting ended on AIM Italy P. Insane. He survives on just 8 HP after a total slugfest to make it 5-1. Favorites edge showing, just like that 13-7 win on AIM Italy P. Wow, a total war of attrition. Glare barely scrapes through that one to make it 5-2. Coming off a 13-10 win over Lancer just now. Ignis is currently 3-5 in the last 24 hours, showing some inconsistency despite the lead here. He's fighting to bounce back after that loss to Lancer just before this match started. The question is whether Glare can exploit that instability before the gap becomes too wide. Ignis pulls away to a commanding 7-3 lead. Quick and clean, under 2 seconds to take it. These rounds are over in a blink. Ignis is just too fast for Glare right now. Glare is fighting a rank 13 opponent here. Ignis leads 8-4. Everything is going according to script here, with the favorite playing up to his rank. Glare is clinging on, but that 71% head-to-head win rate is showing in the scoreline. Side swap, fresh start. Fast hands there. Under 2 seconds to take it. Another. Glare snaps the streak and takes 2 in a row, showing real resilience to keep this close. The underdog is actually flipping the script here. He's not stopping. 3 in a row for Glare, who's clawing back after that early deficit. Ignis answers back instantly, taking the round in 1 second without taking a hit. 9-7. Ignis pushes to 10-7, regaining some breathing room. Glare, rank 25 of 43, is struggling to hold ground. He doesn't take a single hit to snap that run. 3 in a row for Ignis. Favorites edge showing, mirroring that 13-7 result from their last meeting. Wow, a total slugfest. He barely survives with 21 HP to break the run. Both players are playing with their lives on the line today. Unreal, he survives on a single hit after that absolute brawl to reach match point 12-8. Insane, he's literally playing on a single hit of health. Boom, boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Ignis wins the map 13-8. He just had Glare's number all day. That head-to-head history is a nightmare for the underdog to overcome. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for a strong win. Lancer catches him right off the ramp to take the early lead. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder, starts things off strong. Lancer catches him from the window to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's coming off a strong 13-7 win over Ignis. Lancer leads the all-time head-to-head 755-616, but Glare actually took their most recent meeting. This early scrap is reflecting that history, showing Glare is more than capable of challenging the favorite today. Lancer takes him from the ramp to extend the lead. He's really pulling away here. He's playing like a guy with a 6-2 record today. Under a second and it's over. 3 in a row for Lancer. The favorite is asserting himself early. A trade-off on the ramp and he wins the scrap. That's 4 in a row. Glare's 3-6 run today is continuing here. Untouched, he makes it 5 in a row to lead 7-1. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder is playing his part. Catches him from the ramp to make it 6 in a row. Glare is sitting at rank 26 of 43 on the ladder. 7 in a row, he's just completely taking over this match, leading 9-1. The favorite is living up to the hype today. Another clean hit in under a second. 8 in a row for Lancer before the break. Lancer 10, Glare 2. The favorite isn't just winning, he's running away with it. That 8-round streak puts Lancer in total control here. Glare needs a complete reset after the break to stay in this side swap fresh start. Glare managed to snap the streak for a moment, but Lancer answers right back to keep the pressure on, holding firm as the favorite today. He knocks him off the ramp from match point, making it 12-2. Quick reaction there to shut down any hope of a comeback. Boom, he doesn't even take a hit on the final round to take the map. He just had Glare's number all day. A quick one here, and Lancer keeps that ladder climb moving. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Ignis and Lancer take on Italy with the favorite facing a tough test today. Lancer is entering this one with a 7-2 record in the last 24 hours. He's carrying that momentum into a matchup where he's historically the underdog, having lost the majority of their head-to-head encounters. The question is whether Lancer can keep this current run going. Unreal. A complete bloodbath where he survives with just 15 HP to make it 2-1. Whoa, a total slugfest. He scrapes through with almost nothing left to tie it 2-2. Rank 13 and 14 on the ladder, fighting for every inch. Ignis edges ahead 3-2 to reclaim the lead. Quick trade, they're out in just over 2 seconds. Lancer strikes back to lock this up at 3-3. Gone in under 2 seconds. Lancer is starting to pull away here, putting the pressure on the favorite with a 3-round lead, coming off a 13-7 win against him just now. Boom, he doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Underdog flipping the script on the historical lead here. Ignis snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing it to 4-5. Sub-second kill there, just a blur. Ignis levels the playing field at 5-5. A battle between rank 13 and 14 on the ladder. Lancer nips ahead 6-5 to regain the advantage. A tight gap between the 13 and 14 seeds here. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected between two top 15 players. Lancer showed he can keep up with a 3-round streak, but Ignis holds the 59% head-to-head win rate advantage overall. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis pulls ahead 7-6 to seize the momentum. Insane, gone in half a second. Ignis has won 59% of their career meetings, and we're seeing that historical edge play out in real time. He's taking control here despite Lancer entering the day with a strong 7-2 record. The question is whether Lancer can break this slide before the gap widens. Lancer stays resilient, erasing Ignis in under a second without taking a single hit. Ignis surges to a 10-7 lead, putting on a clinic. Favorite holding his ground here. Lancer catches him from the wine without taking a hit, showing some real resilience here. Clean hold from that angle to keep it within 2. Ignis is pulling away now, putting a 3-round cushion between himself and Lancer, coming off a 13-8 win against Claire just now. Ignis doesn't take a single hit to reach match point 12-8. Favorite is firmly back in the driver's seat. Unreal, a total scrap that comes down to the wire, but Ignis survives to take the map. He barely scraped through twice under 30 HP, but Ignis just wouldn't break. Lancer fought hard, but the history here is too strong. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Glare are ready to go with the favorite looking for another win. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in the head-to-head history between these two. That edge is only reinforced by their most recent meeting, where Ignis took the win 13-8. The question is whether Glare can break that pattern today. Ignis leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Glare. He's fighting back after a tough 2-13 loss to Lancer earlier. Wow, less than a second. Ignis is playing at a lightning pace right now. Unreal, a total scrap that leaves him with nearly nothing, but Glare survives to make it 3-2. Whoa, barely escaped with 20 HP there. Ignis, Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, is showing that gap. Glare claws one back to keep it 4-3. Coming off a rough 3-7 day overall. Glare has a 3-7 record in the last 24 hours, and that lack of momentum is showing here. He's struggling to maintain consistency against a player who has generally owned this matchup over the long term. We'll see if Glare can find a way to break this slide. Clean kill for Glare, who remains resilient and cuts the lead to 6-4, keeping it tight as the underdog fights back. Ignis strikes back to reclaim a 7-4 cushion. The favorite is simply too consistent here. Ignis leads 8-4 at the break. This half is playing out exactly as expected, with Ignis leveraging that 71% head-to-head win rate to keep Glare at arm's length. Glare needs a spark after the switch. Side swap, fresh start for Glare. Ignis surges ahead to 9-4, leaving Glare stranded. Glare, rank 26 of 43, just can't close the gap. Ignis hits 10-4, absolutely dominating this map. Barely held on with 31 HP there. Glare snaps that streak. He's refusing to let Ignis cruise to a quick finish here. Coming off a strong 13-10 win over Lancer recently. Ignis is just too fast. He's making this look easy as he pulls further ahead. Just like that 13-8 win in their last head-to-head. He breaks the streak and hits match point, making it 12-5. Boom, just like the favorite should be playing. Boom, he survives the trade to shut the door, taking the map 13-5. He's just got Glare's number. That head-to-head history is no joke, and it showed all over the arena today. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare take it to Dunes, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum. Lancer leads the head-to-head 756-616 over the course of their history. He also owns the edge on this map, so the early lead for Glare is a bit of a surprise. The question is whether Glare can actually flip the script here. Lancer pulls ahead 2-1 to seize the momentum. He's coming off a 13-2 win against him on fast aim. These rounds are flying by. We've got a dead heat here with neither player able to pull away. Lancer ranked 14 on the ladder, can't pull away. Lancer edges ahead 3-2 to reclaim the lead. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Glare strikes back to tie it up at 3-3. Glare is fighting through a rough 30% run in his last 10. Glare's on a roll now, picking up 2 straight wins to grab the lead. Insane speed at sub 7/10 of a second. He doesn't miss. That's 3 in a row for Glare, who walks away without taking a hit. Lancer snaps that run, keeping it close at 4-5. He's coming off a 7-3 run over the last day. Lancer ties it up at 5-5. We're back to square one. Glare is struggling with a 3-8 run over the last day. Both take heavy damage, but Lancer wins the exchange to make it 3 in a row before the break. Tough break for him, surviving with just 47 health. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite Lancer unable to shake the underdog. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this dead even heading into the side switch. Switch sides, fresh start. Glare sneaks ahead 7-6 to seize the advantage. Rank 26 on the ladder is playing above his head right now. Lancer levels the playing field at 7-7. Lancer 14 on the ladder is fighting to assert that rating gap. Glare is refusing to budge, fighting off the favorite to maintain a slim 1-round lead. Lancer locks it at 8-8. We're totally gridlocked. A scrappy exchange, but he survives with 54 health. Lancer breaks the deadlock to lead it 9-8. Another close call, surviving with only 47 health. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Lancer to push it to 10-8. That's 4 in a row for Lancer, pushing the lead to 11-8. The favorite is finally asserting that rating gap. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row puts the Lancer on match point. Clean finish, walks away with full health. Boom! He closes it out without taking a hit. 6 in a row to take the map. He just couldn't shake the favorite once that second half run started. Glare fought hard, but Lancer's map history really showed what a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to stay ahead. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Lancer survives a razor-thin exchange to take the lead, 1-0. Ignis leads the head-to-head history with 868 total wins over Lancer. That long-term edge is playing out here, especially since Ignis just beat him 13-8 in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can break that pattern today. Lancer surges ahead 3-1, putting Ignis in a hole. 2 fast kills in a row for him. 2 kills in under 5 seconds total. These rounds are flying by. We're seeing a pattern of 2-second kills here. Coming off a strong 13-5 win against Glare earlier. Lancer holds a 4-2 grip on this series. A tight battle between two players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Lancer extends his lead to 5-2, dominating the pace. The underdog flipping the script on the favorite here. Ignis shows some real resilience here, taking the round without taking a single hit to make it 3-5. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Lancer has been a force today with an 8-free record in the last 24 hours. He is playing with a lot more confidence than we usually see from him on this map, where he historically struggles. The question is whether Ignis can find a way to break this momentum. Lancer pulls further ahead, now leading it 7-4. Just 2 spots apart on the ladder. Lancer leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the script here, outplaying the favorite despite a 42% win rate on Mappas. Ignis needs to tighten up if he wants to avoid a surprise loss. Sides, swap, fresh start. Lancer keeps climbing, now pushing an 8-5 advantage. 2 players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Unreal Ignis survives a total slugfest with just 16 HP to keep this comeback alive. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He doesn't even take a hit, snapping onto Lancer for 2 straight to keep this climb alive. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Boom. He wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to tie it 8-8. He's simply not missing. That's 4 in a row to take the lead 9-8. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder edge. Lancer breaks the run, locking the score at 9-9. Just 1 spot apart on the ladder. Ignis wins the exchange to make it 10-9, continuing a gritty climb after trailing by 4. Quick snap to end that 1 in 2. Dead hit. Lancer claws back to tie it 10-10. 2 players from the upper half of the ladder battling for every inch. Lancer has the wind in his sails now, putting together a 3-round run to reclaim the lead. 2 players from the upper half of the ladder fighting for every inch. A gritty scrap where both players land heavy hits, but it digs deep to tie it 11-11. Took nearly 10 seconds to settle that one. Lancer doesn't take a single hit to reclaim the lead. He's at match point. The underdog just needs 1 more to pull off the upset. Unreal. He denies the match point with a perfect kill to tie it 12-12 and force overtime. Wow, a complete reset just as we hit overtime. Lancer takes the lead in overtime. He's refusing to let Ignis dictate the pace here. Two players from the upper half of the ladder fighting for it all. Lancer is pulling away here. He's put together a strong run to put Ignis on the defensive. Quick exchange to put him just one away from the win. Another clean kill for Lancer. That's 3 in a row and he's at match point. Another fast exchange to shut the door. Insane. Both players stare into each other, but Ignis survives the carnage to deny match point. Man, he refuses to let the door close on this one. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 2 in a row for Ignis as he keeps fighting back. 2 seconds of work to completely flip the momentum. Unreal, both players are shredded in a total slugfest, but Ignis survives to reach match point. Man, he's just surviving these scrap fights. Ignis leads 16-15. He's nearly sealed the deal. Ignis pulls ahead 17-15, nearly closing the book. The favorite finally puts the hammer down. Lancer fights back to make it 17-16. Two players sitting right at rank 13 and 14 on the ladder. Total deadlock at 17-17 as Lancer forces the tie. Lancer's 70% win rate in his last 10 is showing here. Ignis edges ahead 18-17 to seize the advantage. The favorite is finally reclaiming the lead in this marathon. Lancer levels it at 18-18, absolute parity now. Two players sitting at rank 13 and 14 on the ladder. Ignis breaks the tie to lead 19-18. Lancer forces a 19-19 deadlock. We are completely level. Ignis nudges ahead 2019 in this absolute nail-biter. The favorite finally exerting that ladder edge in a marathon. Lancer strikes back to lock it at 20-20. Ignis currently holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. Ignis surges to a 21-20 lead in this epic. The favorite refusing to let this slip away. Lancer forces a 21-21 stalemate. Pure madness here. Absolute chaos. Neither player can keep the lead for 2 rounds. Ignis pulls ahead 22-21 to snatch a slim lead. Ignis grabs a 2-round cushion, leading 23-21. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder advantage. Lancer closes the gap, trailing Ignis 23-22 now. Ignis has the edge with a 52% win rate on this map. Ignis stretches his lead to 24-22. The higher rated player on the ladder keeps finding a way. Lancer narrows it to 24-23, staying right in it. Trading blows every single round now. Ignis pushes the gap to 25-23 with that win. He barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to survive that marathon in overtime. Lancer gave him everything but couldn't quite flip the script. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare face off on red line with the favorite looking for another strong win. Wow, a total slugfest. Ignis survives with just 15 HP to take the lead. Ignis holds a 71% win rate over Glare across their entire history. That long-term edge is showing up here, especially since Glare has struggled with a 3-9 record in the last 24 hours. The question is whether Glare can find a way to disrupt this pattern. Ignis cruises to 3-1, leaving Glare chasing the game. Unreal, both players are shredded in a frantic exchange, but Ignis survives by a thread to make it 4-1. It just keeps rolling, 3 in a row for Ignis to make it 5-1. He's playing like a top 15 guy on the ladder right now. Doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Ignis. The favorite is just validating the ladder rankings here. Whoa, a total brawl. He survives by a thread to make it 5 in a row. He's coming off a 25-23 win over Lancer just now. Both players take heavy damage in a frantic trade, but he makes it 6 in a row. Rank 13 on the ladder is just putting on a clinic. Finally, Glare breaks the run to make it 8-2. Glare is fighting a tough run after 3 straight losses today. Ignis enters this match with a 7-5 record in the last 24 hours. He usually handles this matchup with ease, but Glare is fighting back after starting the day with 3 straight losses. The question is if Glare can keep this momentum going. Ignis leads 8-4. This is playing out exactly as expected for the favorite. Despite Glare putting together a 3-round streak late in the half, Ignis is leaning on that 71% head-to-head win rate to keep control here. Sides, swap, fresh start. Ignis extends the gap to 9-4 with that one. Quick reset there to shut down that momentum. Glare is struggling, coming off an 8-13 loss to Lancer. Ignis hits 10, leaving Glare buried at 4. Quick 1.4 second kill to shut that down. Glare is refusing to go away, keeping this closer than the standings suggest. Rank 26 on the ladder, trying to defy the odds. Glare claws back to 10-6, still fighting the gap. Boom! Just 1.2 seconds for that one. A total scramble on the ramp, but Ignis comes out on top to push the lead. He's currently riding a 4-win streak in his last 10. Glare is fighting for every single round now, refusing to let Ignis close this out quickly. Clean kill there, not taking a single hit. He catches him from the ramp to reach match point. 12-7. The favorite is just validating the ladder rankings here. Glare snaps the run with a lightning fast kill, keeping himself in this. Insane. That's the fastest kill we've seen all match. A trade-off from the ramp, and he wins it to make it 12-9. Man, he's just refusing to let the favorite close this out. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit for 3 in a row, refusing to let Ignis close this out at match point. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 straight for Glare as he claws back into this. Underdog completely flipping the script here. Boom. Ignis shuts the door with a lightning fast kill to take the map 13-11. Glare nearly flipped the script, but he just couldn't break those 3 low HP scrambles. Ignis survived. He had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Glare take on fast aim, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Glare scrapes by with just 17 HP to take the lead 0-1. Glare is fighting through a tough 5 loss streak. Lancer catches Glare right on the ramp to even things up. Lancer's 14 rating on the ladder gives him the edge here. Lancer catches him right on the ramp to take a 2-round lead. He's coming off a 13-8 win against him recently. He picks him off from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Glare's coming in with the rough 3-10 day. Glare snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing the score to 3-2. That was fast, a clean kill in under 2 seconds. Glare knocks him off the window to take the lead. The momentum has completely shifted here. He just cleared him right out of the window. He blocks Lancer right off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The 27 rated player is flipping the script here. Lancer survives a messy exchange to tie it up at 4-4. Lancer digs deep to survive that exchange with just 32 HP. Both players were fighting for the ramp, but Glare wins the scramble to take a 2-round lead. Lancer leads the head-to-head with 757 wins over him. Lancer has an 8-4 record in the last 24 hours, but he is struggling to impose that form here. Despite being the clear favorite going into this, he is currently getting outplayed by someone with a much rougher day overall. We have to wonder if Glare is just peaking at the right time. Lancer 5, Glare 7, the underdog is defying the odds here, holding a lead despite Lancer's 55% head-to-head win rate. We expected a higher rated player to control the pace, but Glare is playing the better game so far. Side swap, time for a Glare pulls further ahead, now leading it 8-5. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder is really feeling the pressure. Glare surges to 9-5, leaving Lancer in the dust. Lancer rank 14 of 43 is getting pushed back. Lancer keeps this within reach, preventing Glare from building a dangerous win streak here. He's coming off a tough loss to Ignis just now. He wins a scrappy exchange to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience here. 2 identical round times in a row, just pure precision. Glare snipes him right off the ramp to keep this lead secure. Essentially a coin flip between them on this map. Glare picks him off from the ramp, putting Lancer in a deep hole. Lancer is currently outside the top 10 on the ladder. He shuts down the comeback with a clean hit. That's 3 in a row and it's match point. Insane kill in just over 1 second. Boom, he shuts the door with a perfect hit to take the map. He just completely ignored the rankings and the head-to-head history. Glare takes a huge upset over Lancer here. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer take on Italy today with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Ignis catches him right off the vine to take an early lead here. Coming off a close 25-23 win against him just now. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history and is carrying that long-term edge into today. He just took a tight match against Lancer earlier, so he knows exactly how to close these out. The question is whether Lancer can break this pattern. Deadlocked at 2 apiece, Lancer forces a total stalemate. Lancer is playing the underdog role perfectly right now. These rounds are over in a blink. Ignis is just too fast for him right now. That was a blink and you miss it. Kill. Unreal. He survives by a thread with 13 HP to break that streak, making it 4-2. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Ignis to take a 5-2 lead. He's riding a 5-win streak through his last 10 games. Lancer survives a scrap to hold the run, showing some real grit to make it 5-3. Quick trade to keep this close. Whoa! A complete scrap where both players nearly empty their clips, but he scrapes by to make it 6-3. Lancer refuses to go away, digging in to pull this back to 4-6. Fast exchange, just over a second for that kill. Lancer catches him from behind, showing real resilience to bring this to 6-5 before the break. Wraps the half with the underdog, nearly leveling the score. 6 at the break. This is tracking exactly as expected. With the favorite unable to pull away from a scrappy opponent, both players traded 3 round streaks to keep this completely level. Side swap, total reset. Ignis edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. He's coming off that strong 13-5 win against Glare today. Ignis has been on a run, winning 5 in a row over his last 10 games. This momentum is starting to outweigh the fact that these two are ranked right next to each other on the ladder. It looks like Ignis is simply finding a gear that Lancer can't match right now. Ignis pulls ahead 9-7, putting the pressure on Lancer. 2 of the top 15 on the ladder battling it out here. He digs deep to win a scrap and keep this close, making it 9-8. Tense exchange there. Taking over 3 seconds to resolve. Pure speed there, just 1 second to resolve. Lancer catches him from the vine, showing great resilience to keep this comeback alive at 10-9. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Ignis is starting to pull away, putting a 2-round cushion between himself and Lancer. A much slower exchange this time, taking nearly 5 seconds. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 14 HP to reach match point at 12-9. Insane to see him survive 3 different bloodbaths this game. Boom, he deletes him in under a second to take the map. Lancer fought him every step of the way, but he just couldn't close the gap today. He had to work for that. Welcome to Orange. Ignis and Glare face off now, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Ignis leads the all-time head-to-head 549-219, and that historical edge is playing out right now. Glare is sitting at 410 in the last 24 hours, so he's fighting an uphill battle against a player who knows exactly how to beat him. The question is if Glare can break that pattern today. Ignis pushes a 2-1 lead. Glare needs a response. Ignis, ranked 12 on the ladder, just got a wake-up call. Glare has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early lead in a heartbeat, coming off a strong 13-9 win against Lancer just now. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage in a total scrap, but Ignis survives with just 15 HP to lead 3-2. Ignis stretches his lead to 4-2, Glare is struggling. Gone in under 2 seconds. Whoa, a complete bloodbath where he barely survives the scrap to make it 4-3. Barely escaped that one with only 22 HP. Ignis has won 80% of his last 10 matches, and that momentum is carrying over into this duel. He's playing with a level of confidence that Glare just hasn't found today. The question is whether Glare can find a way to break this streak before the gap grows too wide. Deadlocked at 5-5. Glare has fought back completely. Our ranked 26 player is completely ignoring the favorite's edge. 3 in a row for Glare, who deletes him in a second to take a 6-5 lead. Six at the half. Ignis entered as the heavy favorite, but Glare is holding his own and keeping this close, despite Ignis winning 71% of their all-time matchups. We have a dead heat heading into the switch. Sides swap, fresh start. Ignis edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. He's playing the role of the favorite now. Glare strikes back to tie it up at 7-7. 2 seconds is all he needed to reset this. Glare starting to pull away here, taking 3 of the last 4 to seize the lead. The rank 26 player is ignoring the rating gap today. He didn't take a single hit there. 3 in a row for Glare to make it 9-7. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Glare, leaving Ignis at 7. Total reversal of their last meeting on red line. Boom! Ignis snaps the run in a heavy trade to bring it to 8-10, showing real resilience. Clean kill in under 2 seconds to keep this viable. Glare is putting some serious distance between them now. Ignis is fighting a steep climb to get back into this. Both players fire back in a messy exchange, but Glare survives to reach match point. A messy scramble, but he finds a way. Insane. He survives a brutal scrap with almost nothing left to take the map. He just shattered that head-to-head record in a huge upset, overcoming the rating gap to take the map. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Glare face off now with the favorite looking for a strong win. Lancer holds a 55% win rate in their long head-to-head history. He is the higher rated player on our ladder, but Glare actually took their most recent meeting in a convincing win. The question is whether Lancer can reclaim that edge here. He survives a frantic exchange to make it 3 in a row. Glare enters this one coming off an 8-13 win against Ignis. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. Lancer, rank 15 on the ladder, is playing like the favorite. Glare snaps the run, pulling it back to 4-1. 1 second in the air, just a... Lancer surges ahead again, making it 5-1. Lancer, rank 15 on the ladder, is asserting his position. Lancer has a 8-6 record in the last 24 hours, but is actually coming off 3 straight losses. He is fighting to shake off that poor run, while Glare tries to maintain the momentum from his win over Ignis. It's a question of who can sustain their form. Lancer leads 6-3, keeping Glare at arm's length. The ladder favorite refuses to let this slip away. Glare shows some real resilience here, cutting the deficit to 6-4. Quick exchange, but he gets the kill. Lancer pushes it to 7-4, widening the gap. Quick exchange, and he takes it without losing a single point of health. Lancer leads 7-5. This half played out as expected, with the higher ranked player holding a slim lead. Lancer used a 4-round streak to build his cushion, but Glare stays within striking distance. Sides swap, time to Lancer pulls further ahead, now commanding an 8-5 lead. Clean kill in under 2 seconds. Lancer, rank 15, stays in control of the pace. Lancer hits 9-5, putting Glare in a deep hole. Rank 26 of 43, just can't find a way back. These rounds are ending in a blink. Glare just needed a second to shut that one down. Clean kill. And he takes it without taking any damage. Wow, a total slugfest. Lancer barely scrapes through that one to make it 10-6. Both players were left gasping for air in that exchange. Lancer is just pulling away now. Glare needs a spark fast, or this will be over very quickly. Walks away from that one without a scratch. Another clean kill to make it 3 straight. Lancer is on match point. The favorite is simply too strong to... Boom! He finishes the job without taking a hit to take the map 13-6. He completely erases that recent loss to Glare and proves why he's higher on the ladder. Just a total mismatch today. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis leads the all-time head-to-head with 870 wins over Lancer. Despite that historical edge, Lancer has taken the first round and is looking to flip the script after losing their most recent meeting. The question is whether Ignis can reclaim control early. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Lancer. The slight favorite is struggling to get a start here. Whoa, a total brawl. Ignis survives the scrap to break the run and make it 1-3. He survives that with just 39 HP left. Clean work by Ignis to make it 2 in a row and keep this comeback alive. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Lancer strikes back to lead it. 4-2. Lancer is fighting back after that 9-13 loss to him. He takes no damage at all, showing real grit to pull this within one. Fastest exchange of the match so far. The slight favorite is refusing to let this slip. Both players are coming in with identical 9-6 records over the last 24 hours, while Ignis usually holds the edge. Lancer is playing with a lot more confidence today after a clean win against Glare earlier. It's a toss-up who can maintain this pace. Insane scrap. He barely survives that bloodbath to make it 3 in a row. Unreal, he survives another one with almost nothing left. Another brutal scrap. Lancer survives the chaos to make it 4 in a row before the break. Another scrap where he walks away with just enough health. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Ignis entered as the favorite, but Lancer is ignoring the 59% head-to-head disadvantage to push a serious upset. He closes the half with a 4-round streak to seize control. Side swap. Time for a reset. Lancer extends the lead to 9-4 after that kill. Lancer is playing with that same energy from his 13-6 win over Glare. Ignis claws one back to make it 5-9. Rank 13 on the ladder, trying to close the gap. Wow, that was instant. Lancer is just snapping onto him now and the lead is growing. Pure speed on that kill, just over a second. Lancer just picks him off the box. He's really pulling away here. The underdog is completely flipping the script today. Insane slugfest. He survives that scrap to make it 3 in a row and hit match point. Another nail biter. He survives that with barely 32 HP. Boom! Ignis shuts him down without taking a scratch to keep the dream alive. The favorite refuses to go down without a fight. Another clean hit for Ignis, making it 2 in a row while Lancer sits on match point. Rank 13 on the ladder, fighting to keep this alive. Boom! Lancer shuts the door on the comeback and takes the map. He completely ignores that lifetime head-to-head deficit to take the series. Lancer just had Ignis' number all day. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare take on Mapas, where the clear favorite faces a tough test. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. Glare actually took their last meeting, but that seems like an outlier given the overall gap on the ladder. We'll see if Ignis can make this a rout or if Glare keeps playing the spoiler. Glare edges ahead 2-1, putting Ignis on the back foot. Glare is playing like the number 26 on the ladder, doesn't care. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, refuses to let this slip. Ignis claws back the lead, making it 3-2. Going in a blink, barely a second. Both players land hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. Ignis is playing like the favorite again after those early scares. That's 4 in a row for Ignis, extending the lead to 5-2. Coming off a rough 7-13 loss to Lancer just now. He doesn't even take a hit, 5 in a row for Ignis. Glare's been struggling today with a 5-11 record over the last 24 hours. Glare snaps the round with a clean hit, bringing it to 6-3. He's fighting back after that 8-13 loss in their last meeting. Both land several hits in a scrappy exchange, but he survives to make it 2 in a row. Both players were bleeding, but he holds on with 47 HP. Ignis has won 71% of their head-to-head matches over a huge sample size, while Glare has been the underdog here. He's actually managed to take a few of their most recent meetings. The question is whether Glare can find that same spark to close this gap. Ignis leads 7-5 at the break. This match is the pre-match read, as the higher-rated player holds a slim advantage. A 5-round streak gave Ignis the cushion, but Glare is staying within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis pushes the gap to 8-5 after that one. Ignis rank 13 on the ladder, asserting his authority here. Ignis pulls further away, now commanding a 9-5 lead. He survives that exchange with just 48 HP. Glare just keeps spoiling the party, refusing to let Ignis pull away with a comfortable lead. He's looking to repeat that 13-8 win from their last meeting. Ignis hits double digits, stretching it to 10-6. Fast exchange, barely a second and a half. Glare fights back to make it 10-7. A bit more of a drawn-out fight at that time. He's actually the stronger player on this specific map. He breaks the streak and wins another, showing real resilience to keep this close at 10-8. 2 slower fights in a row for him. Ignis just snaps that momentum and puts a 3-round cushion back between them. Quickest exchange of the last 3 rounds. Glare doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this a 2-round game. That one took a bit longer to settle. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping the streak to keep this comeback alive at 11-10. The underdog is flipping the script here. Whoa, a total slugfest. Ignis barely survives that exchange to reach match point at 12-10. Insane, he clings on with only 21 HP. Glare denies the finish in a second, showing incredible heart to keep this alive at 12-11. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage, but he survives the scrap to force overtime at 12-12. A messy drawn-out fight to lock in this deadlock. Ignis puts a stop to that mini run and takes control of the match once more. The upper half rating on the ladder showing through. Ignis is pulling away now, turning a deadlocked overtime into a 2-round cushion. Slower pace this time, but he gets the job done. Glare doesn't take a single hit here. Continuing this gritty climb back into the game. The underdog refuses to go away. Boom! Ignis survives the trade to shut it down and take the match 15-13. A much slower fight to seal the deal. The favorite holds his ground when it counts. Gritty exchange where both players bleed, but Glare survives to keep this comeback alive. Rough trade, but he keeps his composure to stay alive. Wow, a clean kill without taking a hit. Glare makes it 2 in a row and hits match point at 50. Underdog completely flipping the script on the favorite. Glare strikes first to lead 16-15 in overtime. Glare surges ahead 17-15 to seize the momentum. The underdog's completely taken over the ladder gap here. Ignis closes the gap to 16-17 with a clutch win. Rank 13 on the ladder, refusing to let this one slip. Ignis levels it at 17-17. We are deadlocked. He's fighting to shake off a 2-loss streak in his recent form. Glare edges ahead 18-17, still in the lead again. The underdog is playing far above his ladder position here. Glare pushes to 19-17, putting Ignis in a hole. He completely dismantles that head-to-head history in overtime. A huge upset for the lower ranked player to take this one. He had to work for that. Welcome to Redline. Lancer and Glare face off today, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Glare catches Lancer right off the ramp to take an early lead here. Lancer leads the head-to-head 758-617 over a long history of matches. He actually beat Glare in a convincing fashion just an hour ago, so this slow start is out of character for him. The question is whether Lancer can flip the script before this gets out of hand. Another clean hit for Glare, that's 4 in a row. Finally, Lancer snaps that run to make it 1-4. Glare catches Lancer right off the ramp to quickly reclaim the lead. Glare is playing unlike his 6-11 record from today. Lancer picks him right off the ramp to keep this close. Lancer is playing like the upper half of the ladder here. Lancer has been 10-6 in the last 24 hours, showing much better overall form than Glare today. Despite the momentum, the ladder gap is disappearing as Glare takes full control of this set. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to stabilize. Lancer wins the trade-off on the ramp, keeping this comeback alive with 2 in a row. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure here. Lancer catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row, closing the gap before the break. Perfect timing to wrap up the half. 6-6 at the break. This is tracking right with expectations for a close set, as both players traded 4-round streaks to keep it dead even. Lancer holds the long-term head-to-head edge, but Glare is matching him shot for shot. Sides, swap, fresh start. Unreal, a chaotic trade-off on the ramp that Glare barely survives to make it 6-7. Barely hanging on with 22 health to hold that run. Lancer deletes him from the ramp to tie this up at 7-7, showing real grit after that early deficit. Glare holds the ramp to reclaim a 1-round lead. These two just can't stay even for more than a minute. Ranked 26 on the ladder, refusing to fold. Boom. Lancer deletes him without taking a hit to tie it 8-8, showing incredible resilience. Glare edges ahead 9-8 to break the deadlock. Gone in under 2 seconds. Glare pulls away to a 10-8 cushion. Fast and clean, barely 2 seconds to settle it. Glare snaps that run instantly, taking 3 in a row without taking a single hit. Lancer breaks the run with a clean hit, refusing to let the lead slip further. The underdog refuses to let the set slide away. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath from the ramp with just 20 health to make it 10-11. Whoa, he really clawed his way out of that one. A clean hit for Glare to reach match point 10-12. The favorite finally finds his footing here. Unreal, he survives a total slugfest by a hair to take the map. He just barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to get this done. Lancer fought him every step of the way. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to bounce back. Ignis leads the all-time head-to-head with 870 wins over Lancer, while the overall history favors Ignis. Lancer actually took their most recent meeting quite comfortably. The question is whether Ignis can turn that long-term edge into a win today. Wow, a complete scrapper. He survives with just 8 HP 3 in a row. Lancer is looking for a response after his 13-7 win over him. Lancer catches him right off the ramp to show some resilience, making it 3-1. Quickest kill of the match so far. Total scrap on the ramp, but Ignis comes out on top to pull further ahead. He's shaking off a tough 3-loss streak today. Lancer doesn't even take a hit here, showing real grit to keep this close at 4-2. Clean kill, not a single hit taken. Ignis catches him right from the ramp to push the lead to 6-2. 2 of the top 15 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Lancer survives a frantic exchange to chip away at the lead, showing real resilience here. A fast exchange there to keep things tight. Lancer wins the exchange from the ramp, breaking the streak to make it 5-4. Clean kill, and he does it in under 2 seconds. Ignis is coming into this with a 9-8 record over the last 24 hours. He's really fighting to find some consistency after dropping 3 straight matches earlier today. If he can keep this momentum, he'll finally break that losing skid. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This half tracks the pre-match expectations as the favorite maintains control despite a close score. Ignis holds a 59% head-to-head win rate over Lancer and looks to protect that gap after the switch. Sides, swap, fresh start. He catches him from the ramp to keep this comeback alive, pulling it to 7-6. The underdog is flipping the script here. Ignis takes him from the ramp to put some breathing room back into this lead. 2 of the top 15 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Ignis picks him right off the ramp to put a 3-round cushion between them. 2 of the top 15 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Lancer barely takes a hit here, continuing his climb back into this match at 9-7. A slower pace there, but he gets the result. Ignis knocks him off the ramp to push the lead back to 3. The favorite is protecting his status here. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives a brutal exchange on 23 HP to make it 11-7. 2 of the top 15 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Another one, Ignis makes it 3 in a row and reaches match point at 12-7. The favorite is completely taking over here. Lancer shuts him down from the ramp to stay alive at 12-8. Cleanest kill of the set, just a blink and it's over. Boom, Ignis shuts it down to take them up 13-8. He finally snaps that losing streak today. Lancer kept it competitive, but he just couldn't stop those low HP scrambles. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Glare face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, and that edge usually shows up in the scoreline. While Glare actually won their most recent meeting, the overall gap in our rating suggests Ignis is the one to beat here. The question is if Glare can repeat that recent upset. Glare edges ahead 2-1 as Ignis struggles to respond. Rank 25 on the ladder, taking control here. Unreal, Ignis survives a total bloodbath with just 2 HP to tie it at 2-2. Insane, just a sliver of health left to lock it. Glare strikes back to lead 3-2. Fast exchange, but he gets the kill. Nick. Pure speed. That exchange was over in a second. Ignis is starting to pull away here, taking 2 in a row to grab a slim lead. Glare fights back to make it 4-4. Coming off that 1917 win in their last meeting. Ignis breaks the tie to lead 5-4. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, is asserting their rating gap. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other any time to breathe. Gone in a blink, just over a second to tie it. Ignis pulls ahead 6-5 with a clutch play. He's coming off a strong 13-8 win against Lancer. 6 at the break. Ignis entered as the favorite, but Glare is holding his own despite Ignis winning 71% of their head-to-head history. We've got a toss-up heading into the second half. Sides swap, fresh start. Glare snatches the lead, making it 7-6. The underdog is flipping the script here. Ignis slams the door shut to lock it at 7-7. Gone in under a second, just pure reaction. Ignis is starting to build some real momentum here, taking 2 in a row to widen the gap. He doesn't miss. 3 in a row for Ignis, who just walked away without taking a hit. He answers back with a clean kill to bring it to 9-8. Glare's coming off a strong 13-10 win against Lancer today. Ignis is sitting on a 10-8 record over the last 24 hours, while Glare has struggled with a 7-11 run in that same window. The difference in recent form is starting to manifest as Ignis pulls away here. We'll see if Glare can snap this slide before it's too late. Ignis is starting to pull away here, extending the lead to 2 rounds. Gone in exactly 1 second. We're seeing a real back and forth here. Glare is refusing to let Ignis pull away as they trade rounds. Slower pace this time, but he gets the kill. Glare has all the momentum now, taking 2 straight to force this deadlock. Ignis, rank 13, can't seem to separate from the underdog. Ignis snaps back with a clean hit in under a second to reach match point. Wow, he just shut that window. Boom, Glare doesn't take a single hit to force this tie at 12-12. We are headed to overtime. Ignis grabs a lead in the first OT round. He's playing the favorite's role perfectly right now. Tense finish. He barely walks away from that one. They're trading every single round here. Neither one can put together a run to close this out. Slower exchange this time, but he walked away clean. Ignis is just 1 step ahead here, consistently finding the answer to every push Glare makes. We're just trading blows now. Neither one can put together a run to end this deadlock. A bit more breathing room in that exchange. Clara shuts down the streak with a clean hit to reach match point 14-15. Clean kill, he didn't take a single hit there. Ignis answers back instantly with a clean hit to tie it at 15-15. Favorite is refusing to let this slip away. Glare pounces to take a 16-15 lead. Glare surges to a 17-15 lead, nearly closing it. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite once again. Ignis claws back to 16-17 to keep this alive. He's comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. Glare pushes to 18-16, putting Ignis in deep trouble. He's playing far above his ladder positioning right now. Glare hits 19-16, leaving Ignis fighting for air. He just completely defied that head-to-head history to take it in overtime. Huge upset for the lower ranked player. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare take on the Dunes, where the favorite looks to regain some momentum. Lancer leads their head-to-head 750, 8,618 over the long term, but he is currently struggling to close games. He just dropped a close match to Glare in their last meeting, so the favorite is fighting an uphill battle here. Glare pushes the lead to 2-1, putting pressure on Lancer. Lancer, ranked 15 on the ladder, answers back here. Lancer wipes away that early deficit. He's now on a 3-round roll to take the lead. He's looking to bounce back from 2 straight losses today. Glare snatches the lead back, making it 3-2, coming off a 3-win streak in his last 10 games. Glare pulls ahead 4-2, really dominating this set. Insane, just over a second to end that round. Lancer takes it from the box, bringing this right back to a 1-round game. Glare is riding a 3-win streak in his last 10. Lancer takes it from the box, swinging the momentum back in his favor to take the lead. Glare edges ahead 5-4 to reclaim the advantage. Glare enters this one on a 3-win streak in his last 10. Glare takes it from the box, extending that lead to 6-4. Lancer is sliding after that recent 8-13 loss to Ignis. Wow, Lancer survives by a hair with 7 HP left after a total slugfest before the break. Absolute nail-biter to keep this a one-round game. We're all square at 6-6. This is tracking with expectations as Lancer holds a 55% all-time win rate against Glare. Neither player has been able to break away, leaving this wide open for the second half. Glare nips ahead 7-6 to break the deadlock. Coming off a strong free win streak in his last 10. Lancer levels the playing field at 7-7. He's looking to flip the script after that 10-13 loss to Glare. Whoa, a complete bloodbath. He survives by a thread to make it 8-7. Another one where he barely escapes with his life. He snaps that streak and keeps rolling. 3 in a row for Lancer to make it 9-7. Boom, just over a second to shut that door. He catches him from the box to break the run, making it 9-8. Lancer is sitting on a 10-8 record over the last 24 hours and is finally finding the stability he lacked in his earlier sets today. He's currently outplaying someone rated lower on the ladder, which aligns with the favorites' expectations here. The question is whether Glare can disrupt this run before Lancer pulls away. Total deadlock. Lancer and Glare are tied at 10. Coming off a strong 1916 win over Ignis recently. Glare snaps the run with a clean kill, taking 3 in a row to lead 11-10. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. He picks him off the box to make it 4 straight match point for Glare. Under a second to shut that down. He halts the slide and denies the match point, pulling it back to 11-12. The favorite refuses to go quietly here. Unreal. He shuts it down without taking a hit, forcing this match into overtime at 12-12. Glare takes this one and pulls ahead. The momentum is shifting back toward the underdog as we enter the final stretch. We are back to a dead heat. Neither player can put together a real run to separate themselves here. Lancer, rank 15 on the ladder, refuses to buckle. Glare takes it from the box, putting the pressure right back on the favorite. The underdog is proving a nightmare for the favorite today. Neither player can put together a run. We're just seeing a total trade-off of rounds here. Lancer is fighting to avoid another loss to him today. He doesn't even take a hit to break the streak. Match point for Lancer at 15-14. Cleanest kill of the set to put him in the driver's seat. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He really had to scrap for this one, barely scraping through twice under 30 HP to survive. Glare pushed him to the limit in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on orange, with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. Ignis has a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. That edge is backed up by a victory over Lancer in their very last meeting, which puts a lot of pressure on Lancer to flip the script early here. Ignis, Nick, coming off that 13-8 win in their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Ignis. The ladder has these two ranked right next to each other. He doesn't even take a scratch. That's 4 in a row for Ignis. The ladder has these two sitting right next to each other. Finally, Lancer breaks through to make it 4-1. Lancer's coming off a 16-14 win over Glare earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit. Lancer makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience. The underdog is flipping the script here. Ignis has gone 10-9 in the last 24 hours, but he's coming off a loss to Glare just before this match. He's looking to stabilize his day here and avoid letting Lancer keep this close. The question is whether Ignis can regain that composure. He wipes the floor with him. 3 in a row for Ignis to make it 7-2. The ladder has these two sitting right next to each other. Lancer snaps the run with a clean hit to make it 7-3. Two players separated by just one spot on the ladder. Ignis pushes ahead again, widening the gap to 7-4. Lancer, rank 14 on the ladder, is closing the gap. Ignis leads 8-4 at the break. This match is the pre-match read, as Ignis uses his 59% head-to-head advantage to keep Lancer at arm's length. Now we see if Lancer can chip away at this lead after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Lancer claws back 1 to make it 8-5. He's currently sitting just one spot behind him on the ladder. Ignis strikes again to pull ahead 9-5. Fast exchange there, settled in under 2 seconds. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with only 8 HP left to make it 10-5. Insane, he's already survived 2 bloodbaths in one match. He shuts down the comeback attempt. 3 in a row for Ignis to make it 11-5. Favorite holding firm after that recent loss to Glare. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Ignis, and he's now at match point. Another sub 2 second exchange there. Lancer snaps the run with a clean kill, keeping his hopes alive at 6-12. A much slower pace there, taking over 4 seconds to settle. Both players trade heavy damage, but he manages to come out on top for 2 in a row. Fast exchange there, settled in under 2 seconds. Boom, Ignis closes it out to take the map, 13-7. He just had Lancer's number all day, keeping that head-to-head edge alive with a really clean performance. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Glare face off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Ignis has a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, which paints a very clear picture of who usually owns this matchup. Glare managed to take their most recent encounter, but he is fighting a steep uphill battle against the ladder's 13th best player. We'll see if that recent win was a fluke or a shift in momentum. Ignis cruises to a 2-0 lead, leaving Glare reeling. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, is playing like the favorite. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back to Mapas with Ignis and Glare. And we are back live on Mapas, where Ignis leads Glare 2-0. As we resume, he doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Ignis. He's currently ranked 13 of 43 on the ladder. That's 4 in a row. He barely takes a hit as he keeps the run rolling. Glare is struggling to replicate that 1916 win from their last meeting. Another one. He's won 5 straight, leaving Glare with nothing on the board. He's coming off a strong 13-7 win against Lancer. Unreal. He takes another one without taking a single hit. 6 in a row. Glare is playing from rank 24 of 43 on the ladder. Finally, Glare digs deep in a messy exchange to snap the streak, making it 6-1. Insane survival there, hanging on with just 40 HP. Ignis has been 11-9 over the last 24 hours, showing a level of consistency that Glare just hasn't matched today. While they usually play evenly on this map, the current score reflects a gap in form that is hard to ignore. The question is whether Glare can find a way to stabilize. Ignis is running away with it at 8-2. Pure speed there, ending it in under 2 seconds. Ignis leads 8-3. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite using a 6-round win streak to take control. Glare is struggling to keep up as they head into the second half. Side swap. Glare needs a reset. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He scrapes by with just 21 HP to make it 9-3. Both players are flirting with death today after that scramble. Ignis hits 10, leaving Glare completely buried at 3. The favorite is simply too strong today. Glare catches him right off the ramp to keep this from becoming a total blowout. He's fighting from rank 24 of 43 on the ladder. Glare claws back to 5, but Ignis still leads 10-5. Pure speed, ending that in under a second. Ignis shuts down that little comeback attempt quickly. Glare just can't string together enough wins to close the gap. He doesn't take a single hit to break that streak. Match point for Ignis! The favorite is holding steady throughout this whole set. Both players land heavy shots, but Glare manages to survive the exchange to make it 12-7. A scrappy exchange that keeps this from being a total sweep. He stays completely untouched in a slower exchange to make it 2 in a row. The underdog is refusing to go quietly. Both land heavy shots, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row! Pure grit to survive that exchange and keep the run alive. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Glare. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Boom, he doesn't take a hit for 5 in a row, keeping this comeback alive at 12-10. The underdog is completely erasing the pre-match expectations. Unreal. He stays completely untouched to make it 6 in a row, keeping this comeback alive. The favorite has completely lost the lead in this set. Insane. He survives a total slugfest with only 8 HP to make it 7 in a row and tie this at 12-12. Man, he's just refusing to let this game end. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 8 in a row and take the match. A total reversal of how this set started. Ignis halts the slide in a jagged exchange to tie it up at 13-13. Right back to that even split they usually have on this map. Cleanest kill yet. He doesn't take a hit to take the lead 14-13, showing incredible resilience. The underdog is completely defying the ladder rankings now. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Clean kill to bring this all the way back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos. Glare survives a brutal slugfest with a sliver of health to reach match point. That's 3 times now. He's barely survived the fight today. He just completely dismantled that head-to-head history in overtime. Ignis had him beat for years, but not today. He had to work for that. Welcome to Italy for this Berserk League duel. Lancer takes on Glare in a match that should be very close. Lancer holds a 55% win rate in their head-to-head history over a long period. He's coming off a narrow win against Glare just moments ago. And that psychological edge is already showing. The question is whether Glare can break that pattern today. Wow, a total bloodbath. He survives with just 7 HP to make it 2-1. Glare knocks him off the wine, taking 3 in a row. The favorite is struggling to find any footing here. He answers back with a clean kill to make it 3-2. The rank 15 player is starting to assert himself. Glare pulls ahead 4-2, putting Lancer on the back foot. Done in under 2 seconds. Lancer takes him from the wine, tying this right back up at 4-4. Coming off that 16-14 win over him on Dunes earlier today. Lancer is currently ranked 15 on the ladder, while Glare sits further down at 24. Despite that gap in our rating, the scoreline shows Glare is controlling the pace of this duel. It remains to be seen if Lancer can use that technical edge to close the gap. Lancer doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience as he cuts the lead to 4-6. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Glare picks him right off the wine, and he's doing it in a blink. The underdog is flipping the script here. Glare leads 8-4 at the break. Lancer entered as the favorite, but he's getting outplayed here. Glare is defying that 55% head-to-head disadvantage to put himself in a great spot for the upset. Side swap, Lancer needs a reset. Lancer claws back 1, trailing 5-8 now. Lancer rank 15 on the ladder, trying to reclaim control. Another one for him, he doesn't even take a hit as he keeps this comeback alive. 2 identical rounds in a row, right down to the second. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Boom, that's 4 in a row for Lancer, erasing the deficit to tie it at 8-8. The favorite is finally playing like the top 20 talent he is. Unreal. He deletes him in less than a second to make it 5 straight. Insane speed, barely a second to end it. Whoa, they both nearly go down together, but he survives the exchange for 6 in a row. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he walks away with it. Glare snaps the streak, picking him off the wine to make it 10-9. He's coming off a strong 13-10 win over Lancer on red line. Lancer levels the playing field at 10-10, total deadlock. 2 identical rounds, both ending in under 2 seconds. Glare catches him without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row to lead 11-10. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. Match point for Glare. The underdog has completely flipped the script here. Boom, he finishes him without taking a hit to win 5 straight and take the map. He just completely ignored the rankings to pull off the upset. Lancer had the momentum, but he couldn't stop that final run. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer meet on red line, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Ignis takes the opener from the ramp, continuing a strong head-to-head trend against Lancer. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, and that historical edge is translating directly to the server today. Lancer is currently on a 2-match losing streak, which makes this early lead feel even more precarious. We'll see if Lancer can break that pattern before the gap widens. Lancer takes it from the ramp and wipes out that early lead. We've got a dead heat here. The favorite is suddenly fighting from behind. Lancer catches him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script here. Ignis knocks him off the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. Both players sitting in the upper half of our rating. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with just 7 HP to take the lead for free. Insane. That's twice now he survived on a sliver of health. He takes it from the ramp to make 3 in a row. The favorite is asserting his control here. Lancer knocks him off the ramp to keep it tight at 5-4. Both players sitting comfortably in the upper half of our rating. Lancer forces a deadlock, bringing us level at 5-5. Lancer rank 16 is playing way above his ladder spot here. Lancer catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row, snapping the streak before the break. That was a blink and you miss it kill to take the lead. 6 at the break. Ignis entered as the clear favorite, and this dead heat reflects that tight gap in skill. Both players traded 3 round streaks to keep this a toss-up heading into the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Lancer takes it from the ramp. These rounds are ending in a blink lately. The underdog is defying the usual expectations here. Lancer is currently 11-10 in the last 24 hours, and that steady form is keeping him composed. While the favorite falters, he's completely flipped the script on a player who usually owns this matchup. The question now is if Ignis can find a way to break this momentum. Lancer pulls ahead 9-7, putting Ignis under pressure. Gone in a heartbeat. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Lancer takes it from the ramp. He's starting to pull away as the lead grows to 3. He's playing a lot better than that 30% recent form suggests. Ignis digs deep to break the run, cutting the lead to 8-10. That was a fast one, just under 3. He doesn't even take a hit, just a clean snap to make it 2 in a row as the comeback continues. Lancer knocks him off the ramp. He just killed that little comeback attempt in its tracks. That was a quick one, just under 2.5 seconds. He stays completely untouched in a longer exchange to keep this comeback alive at 10-11. The favorite is finally starting to stabilize. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt to reach match point at 12-10. Fastest exchange of the match so far. Boom. Lancer finishes him without taking a single hit to take the map. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse and takes down the favorite. Lancer just played the match of his life to flip the script. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare face off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to dominate here. Ignis gets the first one, catching Glare from the ramp to start things off. The favorite starts strong, especially with that 71% head-to-head edge. Ignis takes him from the ramp again. These rounds are ending in a blink. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, is playing like it. He picks him off the ramp for 3 in a row. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Lancer just now. He knocks him off the ramp again, making it 4 in a row. Glare is struggling to repeat that 1916 win from their last meeting. Another one. He finishes him in just over a second without taking a single hit, 5 in a row. Boom, Glare snaps the run with a lightning fast kill to make it 5-1. Whoa, that was a sub-second kill. Ignis has a 49% win rate on this map, which is technically the edge here, but Glare is playing with a lot more confidence right now after a 9-12 run over the last 24 hours. We have to wonder if this is becoming a trend for the underdog. Ignis takes him from the ramp again, pulling further ahead in this set. The favorite is asserting his rank 13 position on the ladder. He breaks the momentum and keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. That one actually took a bit more time to settle. He keeps it rolling with 4 in a row, leaving Glare untouched before the break. Puts a massive cushion in place before the break. Ignis stand Glare 2. This is playing out exactly as expected. Ignis is using that 71% head-to-head advantage to shut Glare down early. He only needs 3 more rounds to close this out. Side swap, Glare needs a reset. Ignis is just blinking and winning. These rounds are ending way too fast for Glare to react. The favorite is simply too strong for rank 24 here. He shuts that comeback down instantly to reach match point 12-2. He's playing like the top quartile talent. The ladder suggests. Unreal, Glare survives the total bloodbath with just 8 HP to keep this alive at 12-3. Insane to see him pull that off with a sliver of health. He does it again, 2 in a row for Glare, and he doesn't even take a hit. The underdog is finally pushing back against the ladder favorite. Boom. He shuts the door with a clean kill to take the match, 13-4. He just completely owned the map today. Glare fought back late, but that lifetime head-to-head edge is real. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Glare face off in the arena, with the favorite looking for a win. Lancer leads the head-to-head 759 to 619 over the long term, but he's struggling to find that edge today. Glare just beat him in their most recent meeting, and he looks intent on making it 2 in a row. The question is whether Lancer can flip the script here. Unreal. He survives on just 6 HP after a wild exchange to make it 2-1. The favorite starting to exert that ladder advantage. Glare strikes back to lock this up at 2-2. Glare's 70% recent form is starting to show. Lancer pulls ahead 3-2 to reclaim the lead. Lancer sitting at rank 15 is starting to look the part. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. 2 seconds in and out, completely deadlocked now. Lancer edges ahead 4-3 after a clinical finish. Coming off a 13-10 win against Ignis earlier today. Lancer has a 12-10 record in the last 24 hours, and he is carrying that momentum into this set. While Glare has the better long-term win rate recently, Lancer is the one playing with confidence right now. We have to see if Glare can break this streak before it gets out of hand. Deadlock. Glare fights back to tie it at 5-5. The underdog is playing exactly like he did in their last meeting. He breaks the streak and makes it 3 in a row, taking the lead before the break. Glare wraps the half with a clean lead. 5-7 Glare. The underdog is defying the rankings here. Glare just ran a 4-round streak to take the lead, putting Lancer on the defensive heading into the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Lancer closes the gap to make it 6-7. Lancer rank 15 on the ladder refuses to fall behind. Glare pushes the lead to 8-6 with that one. He's playing like the favorite today despite the ladder gap. Wow, what a scrap. He barely survives that bloodbath with 20 HP to make it 6-9. Pure chaos, just a frantic scramble to get that kill. He snaps the run and cuts the lead to 7-9, showing real resilience here. Fast exchange, keeping this set well within reach. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Barely a second of action before he took it. Glare halts the rally to push it to 10-8. Under 2 seconds and he's back in control. Glare is pulling away now, putting a serious dent in Lancer's hopes for a comeback. Our rank 24 player is completely flipping the script here. Lancer doesn't take a single hit here, continuing his climb back into this set. The favorite is finally starting to fight back. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Our rank 15 guy is finally asserting that ladder gap. Glare shuts down the comeback and reaches match point, making it 12-10. A quick response to kill that momentum dead. Lancer stays composed and doesn't take a hit, keeping this comeback alive at 11-12. He's fighting to prove the favorite's tag wasn't a mistake. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with just 7 HP to tie it 12-12 and force overtime. Glare just snatched the lead back in overtime. This whole set is basically a coin flip at this point. Clean kill to put the pressure back on Lancer. Glare is pulling ahead in overtime, putting Lancer in a tough spot after 2 straight losses. 2 seconds in and out, just a quick snap to close it. Unreal. He survives a total war with 1 HP to make it 3 in a row. Glare is at match point. Whoa, a pixel of health left to seal that one. Boom. He survives that absolute brawl with 1 HP to take the map. He just keeps surviving those low HP scrambles. Glare really disrupts that long-term head-to-head lead Lancer's had for so long. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer take on Orange, where the favorite looks to secure a win. Ignis holds a significant historical edge with a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. However, Lancer is the one who took their most recent meeting and is playing with that confidence right now. The question is whether Ignis can reclaim his usual control here. Coming off a strong 13-4 win against Glare. Lancer can't get a lead to stick, but he's effectively neutralized the early pressure from Ignis. Lancer ranks 16 on the ladder, keeps things level. Ignis edges ahead 3-2 as the pressure mounts. Pure speed there, ending it in under a second. Lancer claws back to tie it up at 3-3. Both players sitting at 12-11 over the last day. Lancer's picking up steam here, taking 2 straight to grab the lead. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Lancer doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Ignis answers back, cutting the deficit to 4-5. Both sitting at 12-11 over the last day. Ignis locks it at 5-5. We are dead even. The ladder's number 13 is starting to look like the favorite. 3 in a row for Ignis, who takes 0 damage to snap Lancer's run before the break. Walks into the break with a clean sheet. Ignis leads 7-5 at the break. This half follows the script, with the favorite holding a slim lead. Ignis used the 4-round streak to reclaim control after Lancer kept it close. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis holds a slim 7-6 lead as we restart. A longer fight there, but he comes out on top. Lancer rank 16 isn't letting the favorite pull away. Ignis has won 59% of their all-time meetings, and we are seeing that historical edge translate into a lead here. Lancer managed to take their most recent duel, but he is struggling to keep the pace this time around. The question is whether Lancer can find a way to disrupt this flow. Ignis pushes to 9-7, widening the gap here. Tough fight there, but he survives with 47 health. Lancer brings it within 1. These rounds are ending in a blink lately. Nobody's getting a second chance. Clean kill there. He didn't even take a hit. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 10-8. Insane. He barely holds on with 22 health. Lancer strikes back to make it 10-9. Lancer has the edge in their most recent encounter. Lancer forces the tie. We're deadlocked at 10-10. Both players sitting in the upper half of the ladder. Boom, Lancer snaps the streak with a clean kill, taking 3 in a row to lead 11-10. Underdog flipping the script on the favorite here. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. He has match point. A bit more of a scrap there, but he gets it done. A scrappy exchange, but he keeps the momentum rolling. Boom, a clean finish to cap off 5 in a row, and Lancer takes the map. That late surge completely flips the script on the head-to-head history. Ignis just couldn't find an answer for that run. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare meet on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Ignis has a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. That dominance extends to their most recent meeting, where Ignis won by a wide margin, and we're seeing that same familiarity play out early. The question is whether Glare can break that mental hurdle today. Glare enters this with a strong 70% win rate over his last 10. Whoa, half a second Glare is moving way faster than Ignis right now. Ignis edges ahead 3-2, putting the pressure on Glare. The rank 13 player is acting like the favorite here. Ignis pulls ahead 4-2, leaving Glare in the dust. Coming off a recent 13-4 win over him on fast aim. Glare just tied this up. We've got a dead heat heading into round 8. The underdog has the slight edge on this map historically. Total deadlock at 4-4. Glare has clawed back 2 seconds or less for both of these kills. Ignis nips back ahead, 5-4, reclaiming the lead. The favorite is holding his ground on the ladder here. Ignis is 12-12 in the last 24 hours. He just lost 2 close games to Lancer earlier today, so he's looking for a steady bounce-back performance here. The question is whether Glare can interrupt this momentum before it gets out of hand. Ignis leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with Ignis using a 4-round streak to shut down Glare's early comeback. He's leaning on that 71% head-to-head win rate to control the pace. Side swap, Glare needs a... Ignis extends it to 9-4, completely shutting Glare down. Rank 13 on the ladder, just making it look easy. Ignis hits 10-4, absolutely cruising toward the finish. Just as we saw in that 13-4 blowout on fast aim. Both players trade heavy damage, but Ignis survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. Both players barely broke a sweat in that exchange. Both players take heavy damage, but he wins the exchange to reach match point. Insane. He just barely walked away from that one. Boom, he survives a total bloodbath to win 5 straight and take the map 13-4. He just completely erased that map advantage Glare had on paper. Ignis really has his number. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Lancer and Glare face off on Dunes, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Lancer holds a lifetime lead of 759-620 in their head-to-head history, while Glare actually won their most recent meeting. Lancer generally has the upper hand in this rivalry. We'll see if that historical edge carries through today. Lancer leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Glare. Lancer rank 15 still holds the ladder edge here. These rounds are over in a blink. Lancer is just too fast for him right now. Coming off a 13-10 win against Ignis today. Lancer cruises to 4-1. Glare is struggling here. Gone in under 2 seconds. Unreal. A total bloodbath that Lancer barely survives with 9 HP to make it 3 in a row. The favorite is asserting himself early here. Glare catches him clean to break the run, keeping it 5-2. He's fighting against a 37% win rate on this map. Lancer has been 13-11 in the last 24 hours, and he's carrying that momentum into this set. He's already bouncing back from a loss to Glare earlier today, and the scoreline shows he's not letting that happen twice. The question is whether Glare can find a way to disrupt this flow. Lancer dominates at 7-3, leaving Glare in the dust. The favorite is staying true to form here. Lancer is just pulling away now. Glare needs a big response or this one ends very quickly. Glare's recent 4-13 loss to Ignis is mirroring this struggle. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This half is playing out exactly as expected for the favorite, who is leveraging a 51% win rate on Dunes to stay ahead. Glare needs a stronger start after the switch. Side swap, Glare needs a... Lancer hits 9-4, absolutely suffocating Glare here. Rank 15 on the ladder, showing the gap here. Glare claws one back to make it 9-5. Glare survives that one with just 31 HP. Glare is putting on a run here. He's won 3 of the last 4 to keep this close. Rank 24 is putting a serious dent in the favorite's lead. Lancer shuts it down at 10-6 to regain control. The favorite is holding his ground here. Glare fights back to make it 10-7 for Lancer. Fast exchange there, gone in 2 seconds. Lancer is pulling ahead again. Glare can't seem to string together enough wins to close this gap. Fast exchange there, gone in under 2 seconds. Glare is refusing to go away here, keeping this a 3-round game. He's playing like he did in that 16-12 victory over him. Glare doesn't take any damage here, snapping the streak to make it 11-9. He's showing real resilience. Glare picks him off the box for 3 in a row, continuing this climb. Absolute precision, barely a second to put him away. Lancer halts the climb and hits match point at 12-10. The favorite manages to claw back the lead here. Wow, a total scrap. Glare barely hangs on with 25 HP to keep Lancer from match point. Insane, he survives that with barely anything left. Boom. Lancer wins the duel 13-11 to take the map. He really had to fight for that one. Glare pushed him to the absolute limit, but the ladder edge held up. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Ignis and Lancer face off on Mapas with the favorite looking to secure the win. Wow, a total bloodbath. Ignis scrapes through that one with a tiny sliver of health to lead 1-0. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, which makes him the clear favorite here. However, Lancer is the one who took their most recent meeting, and he's playing with that confidence right now. We'll see if the historical edge can outweigh Lancer's current momentum. Lancer keeps it rolling. That's 3 in a row to take a 3-1 lead. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Both players take heavy damage, but Ignis comes out on top to make it 3-2. Coming off a strong 13-4 win against Glare earlier today. Ignis ties it up at 3-3, we're deadlocked. Two players from the upper half of the ladder fighting for every inch. Lancer pulls ahead for free to reclaim the lead. Quick and clean, there was a blink and miskill. They're trading blows constantly. Neither player can put together a real run to pull away here. The ladder has these two side by side at 13 and 14. Ignis strikes back to edge it 5-4. Clean finish, just under 3 seconds to wrap that one. Lancer answers back. We are all square at 5 apiece. Fast reflex, that was way under 2 seconds. Ignis is starting to pull away here, taking 2 of the last 3 to find a slim lead. The favorite is holding the line here. Ignis leads 7-5. This half is tracking with the pre-match read, as the favorite keeps a slim grip on the series. Lancers stayed competitive thanks to a 3-round run, but Ignis holds a 52% win rate on Mapas. Sides swap fresh. Unreal. Both players are shredded in that exchange, but he survives with just 3 HP to lead 8-5. Insane. He's just refusing to go down. Lancer doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this fight alive. Clean look. Not a single pixel of damage taken there. Ignis is 13-12 in the last 24 hours, and he's playing with a level of consistency that's starting to wear Lancer down. He's already had a strong day with that win over Glare, and now he's turning that momentum into a real lead here. The question is whether Lancer can find a way to disrupt this run. Insane. He barely survives a chaotic exchange with 7 HP to make it 3 in a row. Boom, he takes 4 in a row without taking a single hit to reach match point. Total shutout. He didn't even let him breathe. Game over. He finishes the run with a perfect kill to take the map 13-6. He just couldn't be shaken, barely scraping through 3 different fights with nothing left in the tank. Ignis handles the rivalry once again. Welcome to Fast Aim. Ignis and Glare face off now, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Ignis leads their head-to-head record 551-223, showing a clear historical advantage over Glare. The higher-rated player is also coming off a convincing win against this same opponent earlier today. The question is whether Glare can actually flip the script this time. Ignis edges at 2-1. Glare is fighting back, coming off that 13-4 win over him earlier today. Glare catches Ignis right off the ramp to take the lead. Rank 24 on the ladder, refusing to back down. Ignis takes this one from the ramp, keeping this series a tight one-round game. The favorite is starting to assert that ladder gap. Deadlocked at 3-3, Ignis and Glare are perfectly matched. He's playing well despite a 42% win rate on this map. Glare noses ahead, 4-3 with a clinical finish. That was lightning fast under 2 seconds. Glare snaps the streak with a sub-second kill. 3 in a row now. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorites. Unreal. A total slugfest that leaves Ignis standing with just 8 HP to break the run. Insane survival, just a sliver of health left there. Complete parity now, Ignis and Glare tied at 5 all. He's sitting at rank 13 on the ladder. Untouched. He makes it 3 in a row to reclaim the lead before the break. Clean as a whistle, and he didn't even lose a point of health. Ignis leads 7-5. This half tracks the expectations for the favorite, though Glare kept it close with a 3-round streak. Ignis holds a 71% head-to-head win rate over Glare, and he looks to extend that gap after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Whoa! A complete scrap that leaves him barely clinging on with 20 HP to make it 7. Total war of attrition that nearly took both of them out. Glare picks him off the ramp to take the lead. He's really putting the pressure on now. He's playing the underdog role perfectly right now. Another for Glare. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row to lead 8-7. Hard to believe he's ranked 24 or 43 on the ladder. Absolute shutout. He makes it 4 in a row without taking a single point of damage. Ignis snaps the run by picking him off the ramp, bringing the score to 8-9. Coming off a 13-6 win against Lancer earlier. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that historical edge isn't showing up on the board. Glare is playing well above his usual standard today and has Ignis on the ropes. The question is whether the favorite can actually claw back into this. Absolute deadlock at 10-10. Ignis and Glare are neck and neck. Fast reflex win, barely over a second there. Glare is actually doing it. He's pulling ahead in a match where he's historically been the underdog. Ignis takes this one from the ramp, and we are headed straight for a potential overtime. The ladder gap is finally starting to matter here. Boom! He deletes him in under a second to hit match point 12-11. Pure speed on that kill. Insane. Both players trade heavy damage and a grueling scrap, but Ignis survives to force overtime at 12-12. A grueling fight to bring this one level. Ignis is pulling away here, 2 straight wins to put him 1 round clear of the finish line. The favorite looks to close this out just like that 13-4 win earlier. Another clean hit. He makes it 3 in a row to lead 14-12. Didn't even take a point of damage on that one. He shuts him down in under a second to make it 4 straight. Ignis is on match point. Boom! 5 in a row, and Ignis takes the map. He just couldn't shake those low HP scrambles, barely scraping through 3 times to survive. Glare pushed him to the limit in overtime. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Lancer and Glare face off on orange, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Lancer holds a 55% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took the victory in their most recent meeting, and that mental edge seems to be carrying over into this set. The question is whether Glare can break that pattern early. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Lancer, rank 15 on the ladder, is playing like the favorite. Both players land heavy hits, but he survives the exchange. That's 4 in a row. He's coming off a 13-10 win against Ignis here. Whoa! A total slugfest. He survives on a sliver of health to break the run. 4-1. Barely survived that one with 17 HP. Insane. Both players trade heavy hits in a total bloodbath, but he survives on 15 HP to make it 2 in a row. Clean as a whistle. He makes it 3 in a row to erase that early deficit. The underdog is flipping the script here. Lancer takes this one without taking a single hit, pulling ahead 5-3. Fastest kill of the set so far. He doesn't take a scratch here, showing real resilience to keep this close at 5-4. Lightning fast response to keep this within 1. Lancer has a 14-12 record in the last 24 hours, keeping his momentum steady, while Glare has struggled with an 11-16 run today. That disparity in recent form is starting to show as Lancer builds this cushion. Glare needs to find a way to disrupt this flow before the lead grows. Lancer leads 7-5. This half played out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a slim cushion. Glare stayed in it with a 3-round streak, but Lancer's 55% head-to-head edge is proving the difference. Side swap time for a reset. Wow, a total war of attrition. He scrapes by with just 21 HP to make it 8-5. Lancer rank 15 on the ladder is just too steady. Lancer pushes to 9-5. Glare is slipping away. Quick and clean, taking just over 2 seconds. Wow, a total scrap. He survives a brutal exchange to make it 3 in a row. Another scrap where he barely walks away. And again, he keeps it rolling with 4 in a row to lead 11-5. That one was way faster, gone in under 2 seconds. He doesn't take a single hit for 5 in a row. Match point for Lancer. Exactly what we expected from the favorite here. Unreal. Glare survives a chaotic exchange on just 15 HP to snap the run. Man, he just can't seem to shake those low HP escapes. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Lancer wins the map, 13-6. He just had Glare's number today. Lancer keeps that head-to-head edge intact and moves on with a clean win. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on Italy, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis holds a clear historical edge with a 59% win rate in their head-to-head matches. He actually beat Lancer in a convincing fashion just a short while ago, so he should have the confidence to turn this around. The question is if Lancer can keep the momentum moving his way. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a threat to make it 3 in a row. Lancer is looking for revenge after that 13-6 loss on Mappas. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. Hard to believe the favorite is starting this slow. A scrappy exchange, but he comes out on top 5 in a row. Lancer is playing like the 14th seed on the ladder right now. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 6 in a row. Coming off a strong 16-12 win over Glare just now. He's simply too fast. Taking this one in under a second to make it 7 in a row. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 8 in a row. The slight favorite looks completely lost here. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 9 in a row. 2 players sitting almost identical on the ladder right now. Another clean kill. He keeps it rolling with 10 in a row. The 13th seed is completely frozen. He just won't stop. 11 in a row for Lancer heading into the break. Wraps the half with a clean sweep. Lancer leads 12-0. Ignis entered as the favorite, but he looks completely shell-shocked after a 12-round losing streak. Lancer is on the verge of a huge upset if he can close this out. Ignis needs a total reset here. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to finish the sweep and take the map. Complete reversal from their last meeting. Lancer just erased that head-to-head deficit in the most brutal way possible. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare take on Red Line, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, making this early lead for Glare a real deviation from the norm. The favorite also has the edge on the ladder, so we have to see if Glare can actually sustain this upset. It's a question of whether the trend holds here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Glare. He's playing against the rank 13 guy here. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit and shows some real resilience to make it 1-3. Fastest kill of the match so far. He snaps the streak and keeps fighting back, pulling it to 2-3. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Glare strikes again to push the lead to 4-2. He's coming off a tough stretch of 4 losses in his last 10. Glare is riding 11-17 record over the last 24 hours, but he's playing some of his best frames of the day right now. He's defying both the ladder and his recent form to keep Ignis on the ropes. The question is whether this is a fluke or a genuine shift in momentum. Barely survived that one with 47 HP. Clean kill for Ignis, who doesn't take a hit and keeps this comeback alive. Favorite is finally asserting that ladder advantage. Unreal. He takes another without taking a hit, making it 3 straight as he closes the gap before the break. Six at the break. This is tracking expectations as the favorite survived an early scare to keep things even. Despite a 71% head-to-head win rate for Ignis, Glare is playing him close today. Fresh start, let's go. Glare edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. Rank 25 on the ladder, refuses to fold here. Whoa, a total slugfest where he barely survives with 7 HP to make it 6-8. Absolute chaos in that exchange, barely hanging on there. Ignis catches him from the ramp, showing real resilience to keep this comeback moving. The favorite is finally shaking off the rust. Glare pulls ahead, 9-7, keeping the pressure on. Pure efficiency, barely a second and a half for that kill. He doesn't take a scratch here, showing real resilience to pull it to 8-9. Quickest kill of the second half so far. Wow, he breaks the streak and ties it up at 9-9, continuing this incredible climb. The favorite is finally playing like the top-ranked guy here. He doesn't take a single hit. 3 in a row for Ignis to take the lead, 10-9. The favorite is finally asserting that top-tier ladder status. Insane. He doesn't take a scratch for 4 in a row, erasing that early deficit. Total shutdown, not even a single point of damage taken. Glare wins the exchange from the ramp to break the run, pulling it to 10-11. Drawn out fight compared to those last few bursts. Glare shuts him down in half a second, staying completely untouched to keep this alive. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to sweat for that one, but the favorite holds onto his head-to-head dominance. Glare pushed him to the limit. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Glare take on Mappas, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Lancer leads the head-to-head 761, 6-20 over the long term, and he actually beat Glare in their most recent meeting. However, Glare holds a clear historical advantage on this specific map. The question is whether that map edge can outweigh Lancer's general superiority. Glare edges ahead 2-1, putting Lancer on the chase. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder, asserting his status as favorite. Lancer flips the script here. He's completely erased Glare's early lead in a blink. Coming off a clean 13-0 win against Ignis just now. Another one. He makes it 3 in a row to take the lead, 3-2. Glare enters this one on a 5-loss streak in his last 10. Both players take heavy damage, but he survives the exchange to make it 4 in a row. Insane. He just barely survives that exchange to keep rolling. Glare answers back here, breaking the run to keep it 4-3. He's currently sitting at rank 25 on the ladder. Lancer has been 16-12 in the last 24 hours, while Glare is struggling through a rough day. That gap in current form is starting to outweigh the map advantage Glare usually brings to the table. We have to wonder if Glare can find a way to flip the momentum. Both players catch each other, but Glare survives the exchange to keep the comeback alive. Quickest exchange of the match so far. Glare doesn't take a single hit, snapping Lancer's streak just before the half. Perfect timing to tighten this up before the break. Lancer leads 7-5. This half played out exactly as expected, with the higher ranked player holding the edge. Glare's 54% win rate on Mappas kept things close, but Lancer's stronger form carried him through. Sides, swap, fresh start. Lancer pushes it to 8-5, widening the gap. He's currently sitting in the upper half of the ladder. Lancer pulls further ahead, now commanding a 9-5 lead. Glare's 30% win rate in his last 10 is weighing on him. Glare answers back quickly. He's not letting Lancer cruise to a comfortable lead here. He's still fighting through an 11-18 day. Lancer hits 10, leaving Glare searching for answers. Favorite asserting his status here. Glare claws back 1 to make it 10-7. Just coming off a 13-6 win against him earlier today. He doesn't take a single hit here, keeping this comeback alive with 2 in a row. Pure speed on that exchange. He makes it 3 in a row, erasing Lancer's momentum to bring this within 1. Unreal, he makes it 4 in a row to tie this up at 10-10. Underdog completely flipping the script on the favorite. 5 in a row. He's barely touched, taking the lead 11-10 in this resilient comeback. Wow, he just completely shut down the favorite's momentum. Both players land their shots, but Lancer survives the exchange to tie it at 11-11. Barely survived that one to bring it even. He doesn't take a hit here. Glare's resilience puts him at match point, leading 12-11. Underdog completely flipping the script on the favorite. Boom! A brutal scrap where he survives by a thread to finish the comeback and take the map. He really leaned on that map history to pull off the upset. Lancer had him cold early on, but Glare just wouldn't go away. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Ignis and Lancer meet on Fast Aim, where the favorite faces a tough test. Ignis holds a clear edge in the head-to-head with 873 wins over Lancer. Despite that historical advantage, Lancer just shut him out in their most recent meeting and is looking to repeat that result here. The question is whether Ignis can reclaim his usual control. Lancer leads 2-1, putting Ignis under serious pressure. Ignis takes him from the ramp to tie this up. We've got a dead heat here. He's coming off a tight 13-11 win over Glare. Ignis edges ahead free to seize the momentum. Barely survived that one with 32 HP. He catches him from the ramp, but that's 3 in a row for Ignis. Rank 13 on the ladder, asserting his status as favorite. Lancer answers back immediately with a clean kill, keeping it 4-3. Both players sitting at 16-13 over the last day. Total scramble on the ramp, but Ignis comes out on top to push the lead to 2. Both players fighting out of the upper half of the ladder. Ignis pulls ahead 5-4 to reclaim the lead. Lancer's rank 15 spot puts him right on the heels of his opponent. Lancer takes him from the ramp to tie this up. He's got a bit of a run going now. Mirroring that 13-0 blowout Lancer handed him recently. Ignis nips back ahead, 6-5 in this absolute nail-biter. Quick stop there, ending it in just over 2 seconds. We're tied 6-6 at the break. This is tracking with expectations, as the favorite stays competitive but can't shake Lancer. Ignis had a 3-round streak to keep things level, but neither player has a clear advantage yet. Sides swap time to break the... Ignis breaks the deadlock to lead 7-6. Lancer coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Glare earlier. Lancer takes him from the ramp to tie this up. These rounds are over in a blink. Gone in under 2 seconds. Lancer strikes back to grab an 8-7 lead. Gone in barely over a second. Ignis snipes him off the ramp to bring this right back to a deadlock. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their all-time head-to-head. Ignis surges ahead 9-8 to reclaim the upper hand. Gone in just over a second. He doesn't miss a beat. 3 in a row for Ignis to lead 10-8. The favorites typically expected to hold here. Lancer wins the trade-off on the ramp to keep it 10-9. Both players sitting at 16-13 over the last day. Ignis is pulling away here, putting a 2-round cushion between himself and Lancer. Tough fight there, but he survives with under 50 HP. Ignis knocks him off the ramp to reach match point. 12-9. The favorite's ladder position is starting to show. Whoa, a total brawl. Lancer survives that chaos to keep his hopes alive at 12-10. Lancer barely scrapes by with 35 HP left. Lancer doesn't budge, taking another one without losing a single point of health. He's showing real resilience here. The underdog is flipping the script here. Boom! Ignis wins the trade-off on the ramp to take the map 13-11. He manages to avenge that blowout from their last meeting. Lancer pushed him to the absolute limit here. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels on Dunes. Ignis enters as the favorite to take on Glare in this match. Ignis holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term edge is backed up by their most recent meeting, where Ignis also came out on top. The question is whether Glare can find a way to break that pattern today. Ignis leads 2-1 as Glare fights to stay alive. Wow, a sub-second snap to tie things up. Glare is on a roll here, erasing that early lead in a matter of seconds. Ignis pushes back ahead, making it 3-2. The rank 13 player is asserting his authority here. Ignis extends the gap to 4-2 with that play, coming off a 13-11 win against Lancer just now. Glare just leveled the playing field. We've got a dead heat heading into round 8. The underdog is refusing to back down here. Unreal. He survives with just 8 HP after a total bloodbath to make it 5-3. Absolute chaos in under 2 seconds. Insane. Both players trade heavy damage in a frantic scrap, but Ignis barely scrapes through to make it 6-3. That's 2 close calls in a row for him. He snaps it again. That's 3 in a row for Ignis to make it 7-3. The favorite is just playing his game today. Glare breaks the run to keep it 7-4 before the break. A bit more breathing room for him in that one. Ignis leads 7-5. This is tracking with the pre-match expectations, though Glare is keeping it closer than the 71% head-to-head win rate suggests. We'll see if the underdog can close this gap after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Glare doesn't even take a hit here, showing real resilience to bring it to 7-6. The underdog is flipping the script here. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 7-7. Ignis claws back a slim lead to make it 8-7. Sub-second reaction to kill that momentum swing. Clean as can be. He doesn't take a hit to tie this up at 8-8. He doesn't take a single hit to take the lead 9-8, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. Ignis strikes back to lock this at 9-9. Glare's 12-18 record over the last day is weighing on him. He doesn't take a single hit in under a second to make it 10-9, continuing this gritty comeback. He doesn't take a single hit, breaking the streak to make it 9-11 as the comeback continues. He doesn't take any damage to make it 12-9, 3 in a row, and match point for Glare. Game over. He doesn't take a hit to finish the 4-round run and complete the comeback. He just shattered that head-to-head history in one go. Ignis had the map and the rank, but he couldn't stop that momentum. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Glare face off on orange with the favorite looking for a strong win. Lancer leads the head-to-head record 761 to 621 over the long term. Glare actually took their most recent meeting, so he's fighting to prove that the tide has turned in this rivalry. We'll see if Lancer can reclaim the edge here. Lancer pushes ahead 2-1, putting Glare under pressure. Lancer rank 15 on the ladder, asserting his status here. These rounds are over in a blink. Lancer is just way too fast for him right now. The favorite's taking control after that 11-13 loss to Ignis. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 3 in a row. Glare coming off a 13-9 win against Ignis today. He just keeps rolling. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. Exactly what you'd expect from the favorite here. Both players landed shots, but he comes out on top for 5 in a row. Rank 15 on the ladder, showing the gap here. Same, both players were nearly dead, but he scrapes by to make it 6 in a row. Glare is struggling to replicate that recent 13-11 win over him. He doesn't even take a hit. 7 in a row for Lancer, extending the lead to 8-1. Pure speed, he didn't even let him react there. Finally, Glare breaks the run with a clean kill to make it 8-3. Quick response, didn't even let him breathe there. Lancer is sitting on a 16-14 record over the last 24 hours, showing much steadier form than his opponent today. Glare has struggled more in his recent sets, and the scoreline is reflecting that gap in consistency. The question is whether Glare can find any answer before this slips away. Lancer takes a 9-3 lead. This is tracking exactly how we expected the favorite to play, especially after that 7-round win streak. Glare needs a huge response after the switch to stay in this side swap. Glare needs a reset. Lancer hits 10, leaving Glare trailing far behind. He's playing like the favorite here, despite that 11-13 loss to Ignis. Glare is lagging behind as Lancer hits a 10-4 lead. Clean kill, he didn't even let him react there. Glare has the momentum now, he's won 3 of the last 4 to chip away at that lead. 2 in a row for him, keeping this within reach. Lancer shuts down that little run. Glare had some hope, but he just can't string enough together here. Lancer rank 15 on the ladder is just too steady. He doesn't take a single hit to break that run. Match point for Lancer, 12-5. Clean as a whistle. Didn't even let him get a shot off. Glare snaps back with a lightning fast kill, refusing to let the map end just yet. Boom! A sub 1 second kill to keep the dream alive. Boom! Lancer shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map. 13-6. He just completely reclaimed that head-to-head lead. Glare fought back late, but he couldn't stop that early momentum. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on red line, with the favorite looking to keep their edge. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, which makes this early lead for Lancer a bit surprising. They actually beat Lancer in their very last meeting, so Ignis is looking to regain that historical control here. Whoa, he catches him off the ramp and barely survives the exchange to make it 2-1. Unreal. He walks away with only 20 HP. Lancer fights back to tie it up at 2-all. Both players sitting at 17-14 over the last day. Lancer takes it on the ramp to pull ahead, putting some pressure on the favorite here. Lancer coming off a clean 13-6 win against Claire earlier. Insane Ignis knocks him off the ramp and survives with just 9 HP to tie it 3-3. Both sitting in the upper half of the ladder. Lancer edges ahead for free to grab the momentum. A battle between the rank 13 and 15 players here. Ignis comes into this as the favorite, yet he just lost a close one to Glare right before this. He's looking to shake off that loss and stop Lancer from building a larger lead here. Lancer wins the trade-off from the ramp, taking 3 in a row to lead 6-3. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Wow, he survives a total bloodbath with nearly nothing left to break the run. 4-6 now. Pure chaos there. Just a blink and it was over. Lancer catches him right off the ramp to extend the lead to 8-4. The rank 15 player is putting the favorite on his heels. Lancer leads 8-4. The underdog is completely defying the 59% head-to-head advantage Ignis holds. Ignis stayed alive in a few scraps, but Lancer is the one controlling the pace right now. Side swap, time for a reset. Lancer takes the fight right there on the ramp to keep this roll going. Lancer is playing like the guy who just swept the Glare 13-6. Lancer surges to 10-4, leaving Ignis in the dust. Blink and you missed it! Less than a second for that kill. Ignis claws one back, but Lancer still leads 10-5. Ignis is sitting at a 50% win rate on this specific map. Lancer is just too fast right now. These rounds are ending in a heartbeat. Lancer rank 15 is just ignoring the pre-match expectations. He breaks the streak with a messy exchange, putting Lancer on match point. Scrappy finish, but he gets the result. Boom, Ignis denies him completely, staying healthy to keep the dream alive at 6-12. Game over. He shuts it down from the ramp to take the map 13-6. He just completely flipped that head-to-head history on its head. Lancer really didn't care about the rankings today. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Glare face off now with the favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis has won 71% of their all-time matchups, which makes this early lead for Glare a bit unexpected. Glare actually took their most recent meeting as well, so he's playing with a specific confidence against this opponent. The question is whether the ladder favorite can shut that down early. Glare pushes his lead to 2-1 over Ignis. He's coming in after a tough 13-19 day overall. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. The ladder's 13th ranked player levels the playing field. Whoa, a total slugfest. Glare scrapes by with almost nothing left to make it free. Unreal, he's just surviving these encounters by a thread. Ignis strikes back to lock this at 3-3. Ignis, rank 13 on the ladder, refuses to fall behind. Ignis edges ahead 4-3, reclaiming the lead. Glare is currently struggling with a 30% win rate in his last 10. Untouched. He makes it 3 in a row to take a 5-3 lead. Clean kill, barely a second of hesitation there. Glare snaps the run immediately, taking the round in a second without losing a hit. Ignis ties it up at 5-5, we're dead even. Glare is continuing the trend from his 13-9 victory over him recently. He's on a roll, 3 in a row for Glare as he breaks the streak before the half. Puts him in the driver's seat right before the break. 6-6 at the break. This is tracking with expectations though. Glare is making the favorite work for every point. Despite Ignis holding a 71% all-time head-to-head lead, neither player can pull away. Side swap, fresh start. Glare nudges ahead 7-6 to seize the momentum. Glare, ranked 24 of 43, is playing well above his rating. Ignis claws it back to a 7-7 deadlock, coming off a 17-15 day overall. Ignis is starting to pull away here, putting a bit of distance between himself and Glare. Clean kill, didn't even let him breathe. Boom! He shuts down that run with a sub-second kill, making it 3 straight for Ignis. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row to push the lead to 10-7. The favorite finally asserts his authority on the ladder. Another one, 5 in a row for Ignis, and he doesn't even take a hit. He's playing for a bounce back after that recent loss to Lancer. 6 in a row, he hits match point with another clean kill. The favorite is taking full control of this one. Game over. He caps off 7 in a row to take the map, 13-7. That streak just erased any doubt. He gets his revenge for that recent loss and restores the natural order here. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Glare face off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Lancer has won 55% of their head-to-head matches over a massive sample size. He also just beat Glare in their most recent encounter, so this early lead for Glare is a bit of a curveball. The question is whether Glare can actually break that historical pattern today. Glare catches him right on the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Lancer rank 14 on the ladder isn't finding his footing yet. Glare takes it from the ramp, putting a 3-round gap between them. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Glare edges ahead 3-2 as Lancer struggles to respond, coming off that 13-6 win against him just now. Glare catches Lancer right on the ramp to push this lead to 3 rounds. Glare is playing against a 30% recent form here. Lancer is sitting at 18-14 over the last 24 hours, which is significantly better than Glare's recent form, despite that the ladder gap between them isn't showing up in the scoreline at all. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can lean on that momentum to close this gap. Lancer snaps the run, pulling it back to 3-6. Clean kill in under a second to keep it close. Glare pushes it to 7-3, firmly in control. Rank 25 of 43 is playing well above his rating here. Lancer trails 4-7 as Glare keeps the pressure on. A longer battle this time, but he gets the kill. Tough. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. He's defined a 55% head-to-head advantage. Lancer holds over him to take a surprise lead. We'll see if Lancer can shut this down after the switch. Lancer needs a reset here. Lancer doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to put it back to 6-7. The favorite is finally starting to press his advantage. Glare pulls ahead 8-6 to reclaim the cushion. A longer fight this time, but he closes it out. Glare is fighting a 13-20 record from the last day. Lancer knocks him off the window without taking a hit, continuing this climb back into the game. Clean hit, no damage taken. Wow, he knocks Glare off the ramp to tie this up at 8-8. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder gap. He takes the lead 9-8. That's 3 in a row for Lancer as he erases that early deficit. Fast reaction there to keep the momentum swinging. Unreal. He survives with 1 HP after a brutal trade to make it 4 in a row. Absolutely untouchable. He makes it 5 in a row and leads 11-8 after that comeback. Six in a row. Lancer hits match point after erasing that early deficit. The favorite is now firmly back in the driver's seat. Boom! 7 in a row for Lancer to complete the comeback and take the map. That run in the second half is exactly why he's higher on the ladder. Glare really pushed him there. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer face off on Mappas with the favorite looking for a strong victory. Ignis leads the all-time head-to-head, 874, 615, but that history isn't helping him right now. Lancer has won 3 in a row lately, including a convincing victory over Ignis in their most recent encounter. We have to see if the favorite can stop this slide. Lancer pushes ahead 2-1, putting Ignis on the ropes. Fast reflex check that took barely 2 seconds. Ignis wipes away that early lead and we're back to a dead heat. Lancer's coming off a strong 13-8 win against Glare today. Unreal. Both players nearly empty their clips, but he survives with 7 HP to make it 3 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Ignis. The favorite is asserting himself here. He keeps it rolling. 5 in a row for Ignis, pushing the lead to 5-2. Barely 2 seconds and he's gone. Lancer snaps the run with a clean kill, showing real resilience to pull it back to 5-3. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Another for Lancer, who didn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. He's completely erased that deficit. 3 in a row for Lancer to tie it 5-5. The underdog is playing exactly like the favorite right now. Wow, he survives the scrap to make it 4 in a row, taking the lead before the break. He wraps the half with a lead. Lancer leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the odds and pushing for an upset despite Ignis holding a 59% head-to-head win rate. Both players traded 5-round streaks, but Lancer has the momentum heading into the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Ignis narrows the gap to 6-7 with that kill. A tight gap on the ladder between these two. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience to push the lead to 8-6. The underdog keeps flipping the script on the favorite. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping the run and pushing the lead to 9-6. The favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Lancer doesn't take a hit here, making it 3 in a row to take a 10-6 lead. Pure speed, gone in under 3. Whoa, he survives on a prayer to knock him off the ramp, breaking the run. Insane, he stays alive with only 18 HP. Both players dump half their magazines, but Lancer outlasts him to make it 11-7. Tough break for the favorite after that scrap. Ignis is chipping away at this lead, making it a 3-round gap as he fights back. Rank 13 and 14 on the ladder, separated by a razor-thin margin. Insane, he survives on a sliver of health to make it 2 in a row, continuing this comeback. Another scrape where he refuses to go down. Clean kill for Lancer, who stays untouched to reach a match point. Underdog is just a heartbeat away from the upset. Boom! He doesn't take a hit to close it out and complete the comeback victory. He just keeps getting in his head. Ignis fought back with 3 low HP escapes, but he couldn't stop the bleed. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Glare face off on dunes, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis leads the head-to-head 554-224 over the course of hundreds of matches. He usually handles this matchup with ease, making this early lead for Glare a bit of an anomaly. The question is whether Glare can actually break that historical pattern today. Glare edges ahead 2-1, putting Ignis under pressure. That was a blink and you miss it, kid. These rounds are flying by. We've seen 4 kills in under 10 seconds total. He's coming off a 13-7 win against him just now. Glare holds a 3-2 lead as Ignis struggles. The ladder has him at rank 25, but he's playing like a top 10. Glare surges to 4-2, leaving Ignis in the dust. Under a second for that kill. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 5-2. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Ignis snaps that run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to pull it back to 3-5. The favorite is finally starting to fight back. Glare is currently 13-21 in the last 24 hours, so he's been struggling across the board today. Despite that poor form, he's managing to keep Ignis at arm's length in this specific duel. The question is whether he can sustain this against a much higher rated opponent. He doesn't even take a hit here. 2 in a row for Ignis as he claws back before the break. Nearly tied up before the half. Glare takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He is defying the 71% head-to-head win rate. Ignis holds over him. The favorite is struggling to contain the underdog, who is currently on pace for a surprise victory. Side swap, fresh start. He takes another one, continuing to chip away at that early deficit. The favorite is finally asserting his rank on the ladder. He manages to trade hits and come out on top, tying this up at 7-7. Total reset here, we're back to square one. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit, taking the lead 8-7 with 3 straight wins. Total slugfest that leaves him standing to tie it up at 8-8. Barely survived that one with 32 HP. Glare snatches the lead back, making it 9-8. Rank 14 on the ladder is feeling the heat here. He digs deep to erase the lead, tying this up at 9-9. The underdog is still making the favorite work for every single round. Whoa! A total bloodbath that leaves him standing with just 9 HP to take the 10-9 lead. Insane. That's the second time he survived on a sliver of health. Insane. Both players get shredded in a wild exchange, but he survives with 14 HP to make it 11-9. Absolute chaos for those two, barely hanging on by a thread. Glare snaps that streak and reaches match point with 3 in a row. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Glare wins the map. He completely ignores the history books here, taking down a guy who's had his number for years. Glare just wouldn't fold. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. Lancer and Glare face off now with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Lancer leads the head-to-head 763-621 over the long term. He also took the most recent encounter between these two, so he's coming in with a clear psychological edge. The question is if Glare can break that pattern here. Lancer catches him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. He's coming off a strong 13-6 win against Ignis earlier today. Glare answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. Quick reaction there to snap the run. The underdog refuses to go away quietly. Whoa, Lancer survives a total slugfest from the ramp, barely hanging on to make it 4-1. Lancer rank 13 on the ladder is asserting that authority. Lancer surges to 5-1, leaving Glare searching for answers. Quick kill there to shut that door. Glare takes it from the boxes, keeping this one competitive. Rank 24 on the ladder, fighting to flip the script. He snaps the streak with a clean hit, making it 2 in a row as he fights back. Under 2 seconds, he's just out-reacting him right now. Lancer has been on a tear with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. That momentum is carrying over here as he's currently outperforming Glare's recent slump in almost every category. The question is whether Glare can find a way to disrupt this rhythm before the gap widens. He shuts down the comeback with a clean hit, 3 in a row before the break. Pure speed there, just over a second to end it. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This matches the pre-match read as Lancer uses his 55% head-to-head advantage to stay ahead. Glare needs a spark after the sides switch to close this gap. Sides, swap, fresh start. Lancer catches him from the ramp and the gap is widening to 5 rounds. The favorite is simply refusing to let this slip. Lancer hits 10, leaving Glare buried in a hole. Just a second to end it. Pure speed there. Glare takes him off the ramp, refusing to let Lancer close this out quickly. Rank 24 on the ladder, trying to bridge the gap. Lancer holds a commanding 10-6 lead as we continue. 2 in a row for the underdog, putting a dent in that lead. He knocks him off the ramp, making that 3 in a row for Glare. That's a slow bleed for the favorite. The underdog flipping the script on the favorite. Boom! He survives the trade to make it 4 in a row, erasing that lead. Insane, a 2-round lead basically vanished in a blink. Lancer knocks him off the ramp to hold the momentum, pushing the lead to 11-8. The favorite reclaiming control after that scary stretch. He answers back quickly, continuing this resilient push to make it 11-9. The underdog keeping this one within reach. Unreal. Lancer survives a total war of attrition to reach match point, 12-9. Another scrap where he just manages to survive. Boom, Lancer shuts it down to take the map, 13-9. He barely scraped through twice under 30 HP, but it was just enough to stop Glare's momentum. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Lancer face off today, with the favorite looking to secure a win. Ignis holds a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, while that long-term edge is clear. Lancer actually took their most recent meeting 39. The question is whether Ignis can reclaim that historical dominance here. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit. Make it 3 in a row. Lancer entered this one on a 5-win streak in his last 10. Lancer answers back with a clean kill to keep this close, making it 3-1. Quickest kill of the match so far. He refuses to go away, taking 2 in a row to bring this to 3-2. Fastest kill we've seen since the start. Ignis pulls ahead again, pushing the lead to 4-2. Lancer is fighting to keep that recent 70% win rate intact. He digs in to keep the gap at 1, showing real resilience after that early deficit. Purely a battle of reflexes, neither one letting the other breathe. Lancer is coming in with a 21-14 record over the last 24 hours, showing much stronger form than Ignis lately. However, the latter has them almost identical in rating, meaning this is essentially a toss-up. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can leverage that current momentum to close the gap. Lancer keeps pushing back, snapping the streak to even things up at 5-5. Clean fight, but he just keeps finding the mark. The under... Ignis grabbed the edge, moving ahead 6-5. 1 second flat, just a complete shutdown. Ignis leads 7-5 at the break. This is tracking with the pre-match read as the favorite holds a slim lead. Lancer is keeping it competitive, but Ignis' 59% head-to-head edge is showing here. Sides, swap, fresh start. Lancer knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this fight to close the gap. He just shuts down that ramp position completely. Ignis strikes back to extend the lead to 8-6. Both players fighting from the upper half of the ladder here. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this close at 8-7. He didn't even let him get a shot off. Wow. He doesn't take a hit to tie this up at 8-8. Lancer's resilience is incredible. The underdog has completely erased the favorite's lead. Whoa, he survives by a thread after a brutal exchange to make it 9-8. Insane barely survives that to take the lead back. Boom, he wins a scrap to tie this up at 9-9, refusing to let the lead slip away. Tied up and completely wide open now. Ignis surges ahead 10-9 to reclaim the lead, coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Glare just now. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 10-10. The underdog completely erasing the favorite's advantage here. Lancer snaps the streak with a clean kill to take an 11-10 lead, continuing this climb. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. He makes it 3 in a row to reach match point, completing a gritty climb back into the lead. Lancer just completely shut the door on that run. Boom. He doesn't take a hit to cap a 4-round run and take the map. He just completely overturned that historical deficit. Ignis really fought for it, but Lancer's recent form was just too much. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Ignis and Glare take on Italy, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Wow, a total bloodbath. Ignis survives by a threat to take the lead 1-0. Ignis has won 71% of their head-to-head encounters over a massive sample size. Even though Glare took their most recent meeting, the historical gap usually tells the real story here. The question is whether Glare can break that pattern today. Ignis cruises to a 3-1 lead, dominating the flow. The number 14 on the ladder reclaiming control. These rounds are over in a blink. Glare is keeping this close with some incredibly fast reactions. Ignis pulls ahead 4-2, leaving Glare chasing the game. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Lancer just now. Glare fights back to make it a 4-3 scrap. The underdog actually holds a slight edge on this map. Glare has all the momentum now, erasing that early deficit to pull even. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Glare. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Ignis snaps the run and levels the score at 5-5. The latter favorite refuses to let the lead slip away. Glare edges ahead 6-5, seizing the lead. He's already taken a 13-9 win over him today. 5-7 Glare. The underdog is defying the odds and holding a lead over the favorite. Glare's 53% win rate on Italy is showing, while Ignis struggles to stop the slide heading into the second half. Side swap, time for a reset. Glare is on a run of 3 straight wins and is now carrying that momentum from their last meeting where he took a 13-9 victory. Ignis is struggling to find a response despite being the clear favorite on the ladder. The question is whether the higher rated player can break this skid. Glare stretches the gap to 9-6, staring down the win. Fast exchange, but he gets the kill. Whoa, less than half a second. Glare is just blinking and winning these rounds right now. Glare is just cruising now, putting an enormous amount of pressure on Ignis to mount a comeback. He snaps that streak and hits match point, winning 3 straight to lead 12-6. The latter favorite is completely dismantled here. Boom. He survives the exchange to take 4 in a row and win the map. He's completely rewritten the history books today. Glare just tore through the favorite to secure a huge upset on Italy.